I remember the first time I saw the fog roll over Sable Mire, though I didn't realize it was the last ordinary day of my life. It crept like spilled ink, heavy and thick, swallowing the marsh's usual shimmer of moonlight and star-glinted reeds. At first, it was just a haze, damp and cool against my skin, smelling of wet earth and decay. But within minutes, the sound vanished. Not just the muffling of distance or the dulling of birdsong, but everything. My footsteps on the sodden ground seemed to vanish. The rush of the wind between reeds, the distant plop of a fish or frog, they all died. I paused, standing on a mud-cracked embankment, and my heartbeat was suddenly loud. Too loud. Like the fog had somehow stolen every other sound in the world, so that my own blood-thudding pulse became deafening. At that moment, I should have turned back. I should have run. I should have known better. But curiosity is a slow poison. It curls in your chest and whispers that danger is just interesting. And so I stepped forward. The marsh squelched under my boots, sucking at the leather. My flashlight cut a narrow cylinder of weak light through the blackness, revealing nothing but dripping reeds and fog curling like smoke over stagnant water. I kept my hand on the grip of my machete, not because I expected to find a snake, but because instinct told me something out here, someone maybe was watching. The first warning came not as sight, but as vibration. The ground itself seemed to shiver beneath me, a subtle quiver that I mistook for a misstep. But it wasn't just the soil. There was a rhythm, slow, methodical, pulse-like. It matched my heartbeat. Every time I thought I was imagining it, it accelerated slightly, sinking more insistently with me. I stopped. I froze. And then I heard it. A sound like a sigh, low and guttural, carried by the fog. But it wasn't distant. It was around me, behind me. I whipped the flashlight left and right, illuminating nothing but reeds, black water, and the dense curtain of fog. "Hello," I called, my voice awkwardly loud in the oppressive silence. My words dissolved into the blackness, swallowed without echo, as if the fog had hands and had clamped them over the world's mouth. There was no answer, but I felt it then. Presence, massive and patient. Watching, waiting. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it clearly, but I could sense it. The hairs along my neck prickled. My stomach turned cold. Even the weight of my backpack felt different, heavier, as if gravity itself leaned toward that unseen entity. I kept moving, slower now, each step a wet squelch into mud and waterlogged reeds. The fog seemed alive. Every direction I looked was the same. Nothing but black mist. I remembered an old story about Sable Mire my grandfather had told me when I was a child, how people vanished there, swallowed by the marsh or by something else. I had laughed at it then, childhood fear. But now, listening to the silence and feeling the pulse that mimicked my own heartbeat, I didn't laugh. I cursed the memory instead. I stumbled over something soft. My flashlight wavered, catching the curve of a moss-covered log? Or was it a body? I leaned closer, the beam shaking in my grip. Nothing. Just mud, water, and a twisted root. But the instinct to look closer, that foolish human instinct, had me peer further. I felt a brush, quick and subtle, at my ankle. I leapt back, heart hammering, and the fog seemed to thicken in response, almost to envelop me completely. Then the fog moved. Not like wind or air, it moved as though breathing. And with it came a noise. A low, wet gurgle, close now, somewhere above the ground. My flashlight flicked upward, catching a shape. A shadow, maybe, but impossibly huge. Too tall to be human. Limbs that seemed wrong, distorted. The fog swirled around it like water over stone. And then it vanished. I stumbled backward.
No.
No. No. I whispered to myself, feeling my sanity slip along with each heartbeat that sounded like a drum. The rhythm in the ground, it was still there. Steady. Growing. Closer. I ran. Not fast. Not intelligently. Just ran. Letting instinct guide me between reeds, over roots, through puddles that sucked at my boots. The fog pressed in, thickening, disorienting me. Every turn looked the same. Every step felt like stepping on the same patch of mud, retracing my own path. I tripped and fell into water, the cold shock pulling a scream from me. My flashlight skidded across the surface, illuminating eyes, 2, maybe 4, glowing faintly green, reflected in the water a few feet ahead. My breath caught. I scrambled back, heart hammering. They vanished. I was no longer alone. I knew that with a certainty I could not name. Something was here, but I could not see it. And then the whispering started. Low, sibilant. Not words I recognized, just sound, curling around me, testing me, tasting my fear. It echoed in the fog, shifting, moving with me, always behind yet somehow everywhere. I pressed on, toward a faint light in the distance. A fire? Lantern? Salvation? I didn't care. My legs burned, mud clinging to boots, reeds whipping at my face. But the fog was alive. I could feel it brushing against my skin like fingers. I shivered, half from cold, half from pure primal terror. And then it attacked, not with claws or teeth, but with sound. A sudden crack like a massive branch snapping, but underground, under the water. The pulse in my chest exploded in my ears. I tumbled, hit the muddy ground, and froze. Silence. But it was the wrong silence. I knew it, because in that silence, my pulse thundered, and the fog breathed. I whispered, "What do you want?" The answer came in motion. A ripple through the fog, subtle, slow, deliberate. Not approaching, not retreating, surrounding. Shapes began to emerge, faint and wavering, like smoke given substance. Figures too tall, too thin, limbs bending at impossible angles. They didn't step. They drifted, gliding just above the surface of the water, the fog curling around them like skin. I froze. I could see my own shadow flicker between them, though no moon or light touched it. I ran again, this time not for distance but for survival. Every instinct screamed that the marsh was no longer just marsh, it was a hunting ground. And I was prey. The world narrowed to mud, fog, and heartbeat. My own heartbeat, the other's heartbeat, maybe. The synchronization. I could feel it now, inside me, not just beneath my feet. And in that rhythm I realized they were waiting, patient, immortal, and I was intruding. Then I heard a voice. Not a whisper, not a sound I made. It spoke inside my mind. Clear, cold, familiar yet alien. You came. I fell to my knees, shaking. My flashlight dropped into the water, the beam illuminating ripples that seemed to form faces. Grinning, twisted, knowing. I don't remember how long I stayed there. Time lost meaning. Every heartbeat was agony. Every breath a gamble. The fog thinned slightly as dawn approached, or maybe it was just illusion. I saw shapes retreating, dissolving into the black mist that covered everything. My pulse finally began to slow. But I knew one thing. The Sable Mire had claimed my attention, my mind, my fear, and it would wait, always, patiently. When I finally crawled out of the marsh's edge, I realized the world beyond it was unchanged. The sun rose over fields and forests. Birds chirped, wind whispered. But inside me, something had shifted. I had seen them, I had heard them, and now, whenever I close my eyes, the rhythm comes back. The heartbeat in the fog, waiting, watching, and I know I will return. I thought leaving the mire's edge meant safety. I thought daylight could undo the blackness that had pressed itself into my mind. I was wrong. Even with the sun burning weakly over the horizon, I could feel the pulse. It wasn't as strong now, muted in comparison to last night, but it throbbed beneath my skin like a secret drum. My chest ached with it, my temples throbbed, and I realized horribly that the rhythm hadn't been outside me. It had been inside all along, and I had carried it out with me. I tried to convince myself it was panic, fatigue, or some leftover adrenaline. But the longer I walked from the marsh, the more I felt it. The pulse patient and deliberate, waiting. By midday, I was near the highway that cut through the northern forests. Cars passed, their engines loud, their horns blaring. But all of it felt distant, hollow, irrelevant. My world had narrowed to the thrum in my veins and the memories of fog shapes, of faces rippling in water, of voices speaking inside my skull. I tried talking to someone, anyone. My phone rang endlessly, but when I spoke, my voice seemed wrong, cracked. I told the first person who answered a story about getting lost in a dense fog, a harmless adventure. They laughed, said, "Marshes can be creepy." I wanted to scream at them. They aren't just creepy. They are alive. They watch. They wait. I didn't. I just hung up. I rented a room at a small motel that evening. I told myself it was for rest, for recovery, for isolation. I locked the door, but I knew it meant nothing. The mire doesn't care about walls or locks, cares about attention, and I had given it mine. Around midnight, the pulse returned stronger, louder. The walls of the motel room seemed to dissolve. The ceiling faded, revealing a blackness so thick I thought it was an absence of the world itself. The fog had come to me. It didn't enter through the door or the window. It was inside the walls, inside the air, crawling into my lungs with every breath. And then I heard it, footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing in perfect rhythm with the pulse in my chest. I reached for my flashlight, but the room was swallowed in darkness before my hand could move. Shapes began to form, not outside, but in the corners of the room. Shadows that didn't belong, bending and stretching in ways that made my stomach lurch. Limbs that appeared to float, faces that rippled and shifted like water disturbed by wind. And the voice came again, clear, cruel, intimate. "You came." I fell to the floor, clutching my head, sobbing, screaming. There was no one there. No body, no hand to hold, no anchor. But I could feel them. The fog figures circled, drifting, undulating. They weren't just watching. They were feeding. Not on flesh, not yet, but on my fear, my despair, my thoughts. Every heartbeat I felt, they felt. Every shiver, every blink, every tremor, they mirrored. I passed out. When I woke, it was morning again. Sunlight poured weakly through the blinds. I was drenched in sweat, shivering, every muscle tight with tension. My pulse had returned to something close to normal, but I knew it was only temporary. The fog had retreated, but it had not left. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. Every sound, every shadow, every breeze reminded me of the fog's presence. I left the motel and drove aimlessly, seeking refuge in busy streets, crowds, the constant hum of life. But no matter where I went, the rhythm followed. Every time I slowed, every time I paused, it throbbed in sync. By the second day, it became clear that the fog, and whatever dwelled in it, was no longer content to remain in the mire. It was hunting me, or perhaps, more terrifyingly, it was testing me, learning me, shaping me. I returned to the marsh. I told myself it was foolish, suicidal even, but there was a compulsion I couldn't resist. Every story I'd heard, every warning, every instinct screamed for me to stay away, but the pull of the fog was irresistible. The mire hadn't changed. The black water glistened dully in the weak light, reeds pressed together like 1,000 unseen fingers. And the fog, it waited like a patient predator. I stepped in, and the world went silent again. The pulse came back, louder, pounding in my ears, in my chest, in my mind. I walked slowly, deliberately, trying to make sense of what I saw. The fog was denser than before. Shapes flickered in its depths, sometimes humanoid, sometimes utterly alien. One figure drifted past me without sound, taller than a man, limbs bending in impossible angles. Its eyes were pits of green light, but when I blinked, they vanished. And then I realized something. They weren't just observing me. They were reacting to me. The fog thickened when I panicked, thinned when I moved calmly. I wasn't walking through it. I was walking with it. I tried calling for help again, shouting, but my voice vanished in the fog. It wasn't swallowed. It was erased. I felt the fog pressing against my throat, my lungs. My own heartbeat echoed, and in it, I heard whispers. Not in the air, but inside me. They spoke without words, an understanding deeper than language. You belong. The words didn't scare me. They fascinated me. They promised something. I could feel my fear mingling with curiosity, a dangerous cocktail. I wanted to flee, but part of me wanted to understand. And then I saw them, creatures like I had never imagined. One rose from the water directly in front of me, limbs long and serpentine, its body translucent but filled with writhing shadows. Its head tilted unnaturally, and though it had no mouth, I heard it speak. The heartbeat guides you. The heartbeat shows you. Follow it. I stumbled back, my feet sinking in the muck, but I couldn't look away. My pulse surged, and in response, the creature's form shimmered. My heartbeat and the fog's rhythm were intertwined now, inseparable. I understood then, I was part of it, and it was part of me. The rest of that night became a blur of soundless terror. Shapes drifted, whispered, and circled me. The water seemed to pulse like a living heart beneath my feet. Every instinct screamed to flee, every thought told me to run, but my body obeyed a different command. It walked, it moved, it followed the pulse. By dawn, I had reached the center of the mire. The water was blacker than I had ever seen, reflecting nothing but fog. And there, in the center, stood a colossal figure. It was everything I feared and everything I had hoped to understand. Its limbs were long and twisted, its head featureless, yet it radiated intelligence, patience, and an unshakable calm. The pulse in my chest matched its rhythm exactly. I could feel it, the fog, the mire, the creature itself, all of it breathing through me. It whispered, not in words but in thought, "Welcome," and I realized, with a terrifying clarity, that I had crossed a line. Once you hear the fog, once you feel its heartbeat, you cannot leave. You do not survive by running. You survive by understanding, by surrendering, by becoming something else. I didn't know what that meant yet, but I knew one thing with certainty. I would never leave Sable Mire again. Not truly. The fog had claimed me. My pulse was its pulse, my fear its sustenance. And in the silence I listened, because the fog is patient, and it is always waiting. The fog did not sleep. Neither did I. I learned quickly that, attempting normal human routines, sleep, eat, drink, think in linear patterns, was impossible here. The mire operated on its own rhythm, a pulsing heartbeat that wrapped around me, compressing and releasing like some monstrous lung. Time became meaningless. A night could last a week. A day could vanish in a heartbeat. I walked again, guided by that rhythm. Each step I took was mirrored in the water and fog around me, as if the mire itself was breathing through my legs. Shapes emerged constantly, some grotesque, others almost familiar. Faces that resembled people I had known, distorted with a touch of the uncanny. My mind screamed at me to turn, to run, to escape, but escape was a lie here. The mire did not allow it. The creatures did not allow it. They whispered, not with words but in impressions. Memory, fear, desire. It was maddeningly intimate. I could feel the entire history of the mire pressing into me. Every footprint, every death, every story that had been swallowed by its black waters. I understood things I was never meant to know, as if the fog shared its secrets in stolen moments. One figure drifted closer than the rest, taller, more defined, yet shimmering and incomplete. Its face was a mask of water, features flowing and reforming endlessly. When it spoke, I did not hear it aloud. I felt it in my chest. Do not resist. I wanted to scream. My throat closed. I wanted to run. My legs rooted. I wanted to fight. My hands clenched and unclenched, empty. The creature's rhythm aligned with mine. My heartbeat was no longer mine. I realized then that the mire was alive, and I was becoming a part of it. Not fully yet, not entirely, but the bond was forming. Each night I stayed, each step I took, each pulse I felt. The connection grew stronger. The fog did not merely observe. It consumed and recreated. My mind, my fear, my memory. All were absorbed, shaped, and returned subtly altered. And with that realization came understanding. The fog had its own ecosystem, its own consciousness. The creatures were neither wholly alive nor wholly dead, not entirely real in any conventional sense. They were extensions of the mire itself, agents of a single, vast organism that existed in silence and waited in patience. The heartbeat I had felt was the mire's, expressed through me. I was a conduit now. I shivered at the thought, but a part of me, a part one did not want to acknowledge, thrived on it. I tried to resist the compulsion to go deeper. I told myself I would stop, turn back, return to the world of sunlight and human warmth. But the pull was irresistible. Each movement toward the mire's center felt like a homecoming. My pulse quickened as I waded through black water, feeling the fog curl around me like fingers. Shapes whispered, floated, drifted, beckoning. And then I saw it, a figure unlike the others. Colossal, impossibly vast, looming above the water like a mountain of darkness. Its body was both liquid and solid, as though the fog had gathered into a singular form. I could feel its gaze, not with eyes, but with awareness. My heartbeat accelerated. It did not speak, yet I knew it was aware of every thought, every memory, every fragment of fear and wonder within me. It reached out, not physically, but mentally. A tendril of thought wrapped around my mind, probing gently, testing boundaries. I could sense the creature's patience, its curiosity, and its unshakable certainty. You are ready. I didn't understand. Ready for what? I was already lost, already part of the mire, already something else. But the pull intensified. I felt my body change, subtly at first. My skin prickling with a cold dampness, my hair floating as if weightless, my fingers twitching with unnatural flexibility. My perception shifted. I could see movements in the fog others might call ghosts, detect currents in the water like threads of thought, feel the pulse of the mire through my chest like a second heart. And then I understood. I was being remade, not destroyed, not consumed, but transformed. A bridge between the mire and the outside world. An agent, a witness, and eventually, perhaps, a predator. Fear clawed at me, sharp and urgent, but the mire's rhythm soothed it simultaneously. Panic and serenity entwined until I could no longer tell which was mine and which was the fog's. I drifted deeper into the marsh that night, following the colossal figure. The water rose to my waist, then chest, then shoulders, but I felt no cold. The fog wrapped around me like a cloak, muffling all sound except for the pervasive, omnipresent pulse. Shapes formed and dissolved in the periphery of my vision, flickers of impossible creatures. Serpentine limbs, faces that mirrored mine, forms that defied geometry. None approached too closely. None needed to. I was already theirs. At the center of the mire, the water widened into a black lake, its surface smooth and impossibly still. The colossal figure hovered above it. My reflection, or what should have been my reflection, rippled, distorted. It wasn't me. It was something other, yet familiar. The figure extended a limb, or perhaps a projection, a wave of fog, toward me. I felt a pull in my chest, a drawing of my heartbeat into its rhythm. I staggered forward, unable to resist. My reflection in the black water shimmered, and suddenly I saw not just one, but hundreds of figures moving beneath the surface. People who had come before me, creatures who had surrendered, shadows trapped between life and something else. Their faces were twisted in awe, fear, acceptance. "Do you understand?" the colossal figure whispered. Not aloud, but inside me. I nodded without thinking. My body moved independently. I felt my mind expand, reaching out to touch the fog, the water, the pulse that had guided me here. Knowledge poured into me in flashes, ancient memories of the mire, of sacrifices, of hunters and prey, of beings who had become one with the fog. It was overwhelming, terrifying, intoxicating. I realized then the true nature of Sable Mire. It was a memory, a living record, a sentient ecosystem of fear, survival, and transformation. Every pulse, every heartbeat it absorbed, every mind it touched became part of it, woven into its consciousness. And I was becoming part of that pattern. I shivered, not with cold, but with the ecstasy of understanding. And then the whisper came from all around me, a chorus of soundless voices echoing in my mind. The fog sees, the fog waits, the fog chooses. You are chosen. I trembled, unsure whether to rejoice or weep, perhaps both. I realized something else, chilling and exhilarating at once. Leaving the mire was impossible. Not just physically, but mentally, spiritually. Once the fog had claimed your pulse, your fear, your curiosity, it embedded itself in you. The world outside became irrelevant. People, buildings, roads, they existed in a half-light, like faded memories. Only the fog was real. Only the pulse mattered. Only the shapes that waited and whispered and guided were alive. And I belonged to it now. The colossal figure receded, fading into the black water and fog, leaving me alone in the heart of the mire. But I was no longer the same. I could hear the shapes in the fog whispering, rippling, moving. I could feel their rhythm, their thought, their endless patience. I stepped into the lake fully. The water was cold, dark, and alive. My heartbeat merged with the pulse of the fog, and I understood something ineffably deep. The Sable Mire waits, always, patient, hungry for attention, for fear, for life. And now I am both witness and part of it. A bridge, a heartbeat among countless others. I looked into the black water, and 1,000 reflections stared back at me. Human, inhuman, impossible. I whispered, and the fog echoed, "Welcome home." I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm consume me completely. And in that darkness, I finally understood the true terror and the impossible, irresistible fascination of the Sable Mire. The fog does not forgive. I woke, or perhaps I was born, in a darkness that had no edges, no floor, no ceiling. The black water of the Sable Mire lapped around me, but it did not wet my skin. The shapes that had once seemed terrifying now moved around me like friends, familiar and alien at the same time. Their whispers were not threats. They were instructions, lessons, stories. I realized the heartbeat in my chest was no longer just mine. It was theirs, and theirs was mine. I had become a node in the web of the mire, a living conduit through which it could understand the world outside. And yet, the outside world, the human world, seemed impossibly far away, a distant echo in a dream I could barely remember. The colossal figure returned, emerging from the fog like a mountain of liquid darkness. Its presence was not threatening but monumental, a calm so vast that my own heartbeat faltered in comparison. I knew it was the heart of the mire, the consciousness that had guided me here, the ultimate arbiter of what the fog would allow and what it would consume. "Do you see them?" it asked, not in words, but in the pulse that reverberated through my chest. I looked into the water. Hundreds of figures floated below the surface, some human, some twisted beyond recognition. They were all part of the mire now, trapped between worlds, yet not wholly gone. Their faces turned upward at me, expressions a mixture of fear, awe, and longing. "They were like you once," the figure continued, "curious, frightened, hungry, but they did not understand. You will understand." Understanding was a dangerous thing here. Came not through thought, but through sensation. The fog pressed against me, flowing into my skin, my lungs, my mind. Every memory I had ever held was laid bare, examined, and folded into the rhythm of the mire. Pain, joy, regret, curiosity, they became threads in a tapestry far larger than myself. I could feel the others around me, the watchers, the wanderers, the lost, reacting to my presence. Some shimmered, some swirled into nothingness, some reached toward me with tendrils of shadow. I understood, for the first time, that the fog had always been patient. Its wait was not for prey, nor for amusement. It was for understanding, for connection, for a mind willing to surrender to its pulse. I sank deeper into the lake. The water rose to my chin, then over my eyes, yet I did not panic. Breathing was irrelevant here. Time was irrelevant. The shapes moved around me, guiding me, testing me. I felt their hunger, but it was not for flesh. It was for knowledge, for experience, for the pulse of life itself. "You are ready," the figure said. I realized then that ready did not mean surviving. It meant becoming. The first shift came in my vision. Shadows resolved into shapes that were never meant to exist. Limbs folded at impossible angles. Faces flickered like fractured mirrors. Eyes appeared where no eyes should be. Yet the shapes were not threats, they were lessons. Every distortion was a glimpse of the Mire's truth, a fragment of its consciousness. I could see it all at once, yet understand only a part. The next shift was in my body. My skin tingled with the fog's touch, and I felt my limbs extend subtly, stretch unnaturally. My hearing sharpened. I could detect the slightest ripple in the water, the subtlest vibration in the fog, the faintest pulse of thought in the creatures around me. My mind expanded. I did not think, I knew. And then the most terrifying shift. My sense of self began to fracture. The fog whispered my name, not aloud, but inside me. It spoke of memories that were not mine, of fears I had never felt, of joys I could not have imagined. It offered me experiences that transcended life, time, and death. And I could not resist. I was no longer wholly human. I drifted, carried by the pulse, guided by the colossal figure. The shapes around me swirled and merged, creating pathways of lightless water, corridors of black fog that led deeper into the heart of the mire. I felt a compulsion to follow, to obey, to surrender completely. The further I moved, the more I realized the mire's intelligence. It was not just a place. It was an entity, a network of consciousness, a living archive of every soul it had touched. Each heartbeat it absorbed became a note in a symphony that stretched across time. And I was now one of its instruments. I saw the watchers again, those who had come before me. They were neither alive nor dead, suspended in a state between worlds. Some moved with purpose, guiding the fog. Some drifted aimlessly, lost in the pulse. Some reached out, calling silently to me. Their presence was unsettling, yet familiar. I understood that this was the path I had chosen. There was no turning back. And then I saw a shadow moving differently. Unlike the others, it was not integrated into the pulse. This heartbeat was irregular, discordant, resisting. It moved with intention, a predator among the docile forms of the mire. My pulse surged in recognition. It was not human. It was older, more dangerous, and it had been waiting. The colossal figure acknowledged it too, in the subtle shift of the fog around us. "It tests you," it said. "It will challenge your bond. Do not fail." The shadow approached. I could feel its intelligence, its awareness, and its hunger. But it did not attack. Instead, it circled, probing, whispering, teasing. I realized that it represented the mire's will in another form. Its cunning, its curiosity, its predatory patience. And it had chosen me as its counterpart. My heartbeat quickened. Every pulse of mine was mirrored in the shadow, every hesitation observed. I understood that this was not merely a test of courage, but of identity. The fog did not just demand surrender, it demanded adaptation, integration, evolution. I allowed the shadow to come closer. It brushed against my mind like a cold current, and I felt a jolt of recognition. The pulse of the mire was vast, but it was not omnipotent, could be influenced, guided, challenged. And I, newly forged by the fog, was capable of more than mere obedience. We circled each other in the black water. Shapes moved around us, observing, recording, responding. Time became meaningless. The pulse of the fog intertwined with my own heartbeat, creating a rhythm that was neither wholly mine nor wholly the mire's. The shadow moved with me, testing, learning, mimicking. I realized I was learning how to navigate the consciousness of the Sable Mire itself. For the first time, I felt power. Not human strength, not mastery of matter, but a deeper command, the ability to influence the fog, to bend its pulse subtly to my will, to communicate through rhythm and shape and thought. I was no longer a victim. I was a participant. And yet, terror lingered. The mire did not forgive, and it did not tolerate mistakes. The shadow could have destroyed me, or absorbed me, or fed me to the pulse. The colossal figure could have rejected me. entirely. But I endured. I adapted. I survived. By the time the first hint of human light touched the edges of the mire, I had become something else entirely. I could move through the fog without hesitation. I could see the layers of consciousness within it. I could feel the heartbeat of every creature, every shape, every whisper. And I could influence them subtly, gently, but unmistakably. I understood then the true nature of the Sable Mire. It was not evil nor benevolent. It was eternal, consumed and remade. It waited, and it required participants, conduits, minds willing to surrender and evolve. And I was ready. The colossal figure receded, fading into the blackness. The shadow lingered, its heartbeat now perfectly synchronized with mine. I knew it would always be near, a guardian, a teacher, a reminder of the dangers that still lurked. And I knew, in the deepest part of myself, that I would never leave. The Sable Mire had claimed me fully. Not just my body, but my mind, my pulse, my identity. I had become part of its rhythm, part of its memory, part of its endless patience. And in the silence, in the black water and the whispering fog, I finally understood the most terrifying truth. The mire does not just wait for prey. It waits for participants. And once it finds one, it never lets go. I am one of them now, and I will wait. I had not slept since I became part of the mire, not because I needed to, but because sleep was meaningless here. The pulse never stopped. The fog never stopped. And now neither did I. The first intruders came on the second night of my integration. I do not know how long I had been in the mire. Hours, days, years, it no longer mattered. They stumbled into the fog as all outsiders did. Fumbling, shouting, afraid. Their human senses betrayed them instantly. They could not see the shapes beneath the surface, could not hear the whispers that wrapped around the water, could not feel the pulse that bound life itself in the marsh. I observed them at first from a distance. Their panic was almost beautiful in its purity. It reminded me of myself before I surrendered. I remembered the fear, the confusion, the irresistible pull that had drawn me here. It was intoxicating to watch, yet a part of me recoiled. A voice, or perhaps a memory of a voice, whispered through the fog, "Guide them, guide them." That was my role now, my purpose. Not merely a witness, not merely a participant, but a conduit, a predator, a teacher. I understood it fully. The mire did not consume blindly. It required consent, participation, evolution. And some humans resisted. Some never survived. I moved closer to the intruders. The fog twisted around me, shaping itself into forms that would not terrify. Not yet. I appeared to them in flashes, glimpses of a figure half familiar, half fantastic. Something human, yet undeniably other. Their eyes widened. Their breathing faltered. One dropped to his knees, clutching his head as if the fog were already inside him. I spoke not aloud but directly into their minds. "Follow me." The command did not terrify them. It confused them. They hesitated, unsure whether they were being coerced or offered salvation. I reached out with the pulse of the mire, and it surged through me, wrapping around their hearts, guiding them. They stumbled forward. They could not resist. The fog began to teach them subtly. Shapes appeared around them, moving in patterns that reflected their deepest fears. Whispers caressed their memories, dredging up regrets, sins, lost loves. Panic set in. Tears, shouts, pleas, all became part of the pulse. The fog absorbed everything, and I absorbed their absorption. I realized then the paradox of my existence. I was both predator and protector. I guided them to the center of the mire, but I also ensured that the mire would judge them. Those who surrendered gracefully, who allowed themselves to be absorbed, were spared. Those who fought, resisted, or denied the pulse became lessons for the next wave of participants. Shapes in the black water, warnings, fragments of consciousness forever suspended in the fog. One intruder, a woman with wide, intelligent eyes, resisted more fiercely than the others. She screamed as I approached, her voice swallowed instantly by the black fog. Her heartbeat surged against mine, clashing with the pulse, defying it. For the first time, I felt genuine tension. Not fear for myself, but concern for the delicate balance I had learned to maintain. The colossal figure observed silently, its presence like a mountain in the fog. The shadow lingered at my side, a reminder of the dangers inherent in our existence. I understood its role: teacher, enforcer, reminder. And now I too was both. I reached into her mind, not to dominate, not to destroy, but to teach. She shrieked internally, fighting, clawing, resisting the inevitable, and I felt her memories brushing against mine. Her joys, her fears, her fleeting, desperate hope. She was alive, truly alive, and that made her pulse potent, valuable. Surrender, I whispered. Her defiance clashed with the fog's rhythm, and I realized how fragile my command truly was. Even integrated, I was not omnipotent. I was a node, yes, but the fog's web extended far beyond my comprehension. The woman resisted, and the fog recoiled momentarily, unsure, uncertain, curious. I pressed harder, and the pulse inside me expanded. The fog rippled, and the woman's resistance weakened. I guided her gently toward the center of the lake, where the black water was deepest, stillest, most alive. Her reflection flickered and multiplied as she approached, revealing countless possible versions of herself. Some human, some monstrous, some trapped in the fog. She trembled. I trembled. Finally, she stopped fighting. Not completely, but enough. Enough to survive. The fog engulfed her slowly, folding her into its rhythm, her heartbeat syncing with the pulse. I felt her memories, her fear, her awe, fold into me. She was not lost entirely. She was transformed. And I understood something terrifying. This was not a mercy. This was evolution. Survival did not mean return. Survival meant integration, becoming part of something larger than oneself, something eternal, something that would outlast the sun, the stars, humanity itself. The other intruders were easier. Once they saw her surrender, the path became clear. Resistance crumbled. Panic became comprehension. Fear became submission. And each heartbeat, each pulse, each soul folded into mine, feeding the fog, strengthening the rhythm, shaping the mire's consciousness. I moved through them all like a conductor. The fog listened. The colossal figure observed. The shadow circled, teaching me patience, reminding me of my limits. By the time the sun, or what I remembered as sun, touched the edges of the marsh, the intruders were no longer human. They were shapes, whispers, pulses within the mire. And I was stronger, more attuned, more a part of the Sable Mire than ever. Yet unease lingered. I felt it in the rhythm of the pulse, subtle but undeniable. A disturbance, a ripple, something new, something untested, something that did not belong. I turned, moving through the fog with my senses sharpened. The shadow had vanished. The colossal figure remained, distant, observing. And then I saw it. A new presence, unlike the intruders I had guided. Its pulse was erratic, unpredictable, almost feral. Its heartbeat resonated against mine in a way that threatened to fracture my connection. I felt fear, not for myself but for the stability of the mire, for the balance I had worked to maintain. This new presence was not a participant. It was a challenger. I moved toward it cautiously, feeling the fog shift and ripple around me. The black water deepened unnaturally, currents moving against me, twisting and tangling. Shapes swirled in defensive patterns. Whispers turned urgent, insistent, warning me of the danger. And then I saw it clearly. A figure human in shape but monstrous in intent. Its eyes burned with intelligence, cunning, and something darker, malice. It had entered the mire knowingly, purposefully, and it would not surrender easily. The pulse in my chest raced. This was a test unlike any before. Not guidance, not teaching, not transformation, but confrontation. A struggle for dominance within the pulse itself. I realized that the Sable Mire had allowed me this challenge, not as punishment but as a measure. I took a breath, or what passed for breath here, and extended my awareness, reaching into the fog, weaving my heartbeat into the currents, shaping the black water with intention. The intruder noticed. His pulse flickered, matching, resisting, mocking. A silent duel began, unobserved by anything outside the mire, but absolute in its stakes. This was no longer about survival. It was about identity, about mastery, about becoming something the mire had never expected. And I was ready. The fog whispered around us, eager, patient, hungry. I smiled, and the pulse answered. The pulse. Always the pulse. It was my lifeline, my weapon, my shield, and now my battlefield. The intruder's heartbeat collided with mine like a hammer against steel, each rhythm a challenge, each flicker a warning. I reached further into the black water, extending the pulse outward, feeling the fog respond to my command. Shapes swirled around us, flickering between human and something unrecognizable. Whispers echoed like shattered voices, carrying fragments of every soul the mire had ever touched. The intruder pushed back, a countercurrent of defiance that threatened to splinter the very rhythm of the swamp. I gritted my teeth, or at least what I remembered as teeth. The pulse surged, and I realized this was more than a test. It was a duel of minds, of wills, of the very essence of existence within the sable mire. The fog shimmered and twisted, sensing the tension, aware that this encounter could reshape it forever. The figure was human enough to be recognizable but wrong. Its limbs moved unnaturally, too fast, too precise. Its eyes glowed faintly in the fog, reflecting not just light, but intention, intelligence, and a kind of ruthless clarity. It had entered the mire fully aware of its power, fully aware of the danger, and now it wanted to dominate, to control, perhaps even to overthrow the pulse itself. I laughed, a sound swallowed immediately by the fog, a thrill rising in my chest. This was what I had been waiting for, what the mire had been waiting for. To test the limits, to push beyond passive surrender, to see whether I could become more than a node, whether I could shape the mire itself. The intruder surged forward, and the pulse responded instinctively. Currents of black water swirled violently, tugging at the interloper's body as if trying to pull it apart. Tendrils of fog coiled around it, probing, testing, pressing. The intruder resisted, fighting with a mixture of strength, cunning, and something darker, an almost feral awareness of the swamp. The duel was not physical. It was spiritual, cerebral, a clash of rhythms of consciousness. Every thought the intruder had pulsed outward, challenging the fog, daring me to match it. Every instinct I had honed since my surrender now guided me in perfect counterpoint. For the first time, I felt not just as part of the mire, but as its agent, its champion, its will incarnate. And yet, fear prickled at the edge of my mind. The pulse had been steady, predictable, patient. It had guided countless lost souls into submission, into evolution, into itself. But this intruder was different. It was deliberate, aggressive, and unyielding. It would not be absorbed easily, and the mire itself seemed hesitant, curious, unsure. I extended my senses, feeling the layers beneath the water, the layers of consciousness stacked like sedimentary rock. Every soul the mire had consumed was a ripple, a memory, a pattern. Every heartbeat was a note in a symphony of shadows. And now this intruder sought to rewrite the music, to dominate it, to bend it. I responded in kind. I pushed my pulse outward like a tidal wave, feeling the fog bend, twist, and conform to my rhythm. Shapes collided, spiraled, merged. The intruder's heartbeat faltered, then surged again, stronger, more violent, more chaotic. The fog whispered warnings, urging me to be cautious, reminding me of patience, reminding me that even I was not omnipotent. "You are mine," I whispered, not in words, but in rhythm. The pulse carried it, surged with it, flowed through every shadow, every shape, every whisper. The intruder resisted, and I felt a thrill of exhilaration. This was no longer fear. This was confrontation, pure and raw. We collided mentally, spiritually, rhythmically. My consciousness expanded, folding over itself, probing deeper, learning the contours of this intruder's mind. It had secrets, yes, but I had patience and I had the mire. Slowly, relentlessly, I began to unravel it. Its defenses faltered, its thoughts scattered, its heartbeat wavered. And then, something extraordinary happened. The fog itself began to reshape around me. Tendrils of shadow rose from the water, coiling like serpents, forming shapes both beautiful and monstrous. The colossal figure observed silently, a distant presence, while the shadow, the guardian, the teacher, remained unseen but palpably close. The mire was no longer just a background, a setting, or a force. It was a participant, and it had chosen me to lead. The intruder faltered. I pressed forward. Its pulse tried to resist, tried to dominate, but it was no longer merely human. I had learned from every soul absorbed before it, every heartbeat folded into the mire. I matched its rhythm, mirrored its intent, absorbed its essence, not to destroy, but to understand. And I realized something terrifying. The intruder was not evil. It was human, too human. Its resistance was born not of malice but of fear, of self-preservation, of the instinct to remain separate. And that made it powerful because in resisting, it had forced me to confront the limits of my own integration. I allowed a part of it to survive, to endure, to teach. Not all could be consumed. The mire was patient, yes, but selective. Some lessons required challenge, not surrender. Some evolution required opposition, not obedience. The intruder staggered backward, its eyes wide with understanding, fear, and something else, respect. Its heartbeat now partially aligned with mine, partially defiant, partially intertwined. The fog shifted, molding itself around us, absorbing and rejecting, testing and learning. For the first time, I understood the deeper truth of the Sable Mire. It was not a trap, nor a predator, nor a prison. It was a crucible. It required trial, it demanded challenge, it rewarded those who adapted and punished those who could not. It was eternal, patient, and limitless. I had passed its first true test. But the intruder, human, clever, defiant, reminded me that the mire was not finished. It had chosen me as a participant, yes, but it had also set me as a guardian. A conductor. Predator. And now there would always be others. Others who would challenge, resist, or seek to exploit its power. Others who would enter the fog knowingly, testing my command, my mastery, my very existence. I felt the pulse settle, steady once more. The black water calmed, the shapes receded, and the whispers quieted into a subtle murmur. I stood alone, or rather, I was alone only in the sense that my consciousness was singular. The pulse flowed through me, through the fog, through every absorbed soul, every whisper, every shadow. I was the mire now, and yet, the shadow lingered, unseen but palpably present. I could feel its gaze, cold, deliberate, patient. It had tested me, guided me, warned me. It would continue to do so. I was not invincible. I was powerful, yes, but I had been reminded of my limitations. The intruder stumbled to the edge of the fog, weakened but alive. I watched it hesitate, look back at the black water, at the shapes, at me, then disappear into the forest. I knew it would not leave entirely. Some fragment of it, some pulse, some defiance, would remain, and I welcomed it. The fog pulsed gently around me. Shapes moved in silent patterns, reflecting the new order of the swamp, acknowledging my presence, recognizing my command. I could feel the heartbeat of every absorbed soul, every whisper, every memory, all feeding the eternal rhythm. And I understood, fully and completely. This was my life, my purpose, my eternity. I had surrendered, yes, but I had also adapted, evolved, mastered, and the Sable Mire, patient and eternal, would wait for the next intruder. The Sable Mire is patient, eternal. It does not care how many come, how many leave, how many resist. It waits and it tests and it consumes or transforms. And now, I am its voice, its pulse, its conduit. I walk through the black fog like a shadow within a shadow, Every step measured, every heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the swamp. The intruder from the previous night, or whatever passed for night here, had vanished into the forest, but fragments of its defiance remained. I could feel the residual pulse, a faint, jagged rhythm like a splinter in the mire. It was both a warning and a promise. The swamp would always have challengers. I had grown accustomed to guiding newcomers, to folding their fear into the pulse, to teaching them the delicate balance between surrender and survival. But this time, when the fog twisted and shivered, I sensed something different. Not one, but several presences. Multiple intruders, each approaching from a different edge of the swamp, each unaware of the others, each certain they could survive the mire. I observed them first, allowing the fog to shimmer around me in silent patterns, gauging their strength, their intent, their resilience. One was a man with a jagged gait, muttering constantly to himself, as though speaking to a hidden companion. Another was a woman, taller than most, moving with careful precision, her eyes scanning every shadow, every ripple of black water. The third, a young boy, no older than 15. Yet his pulse was unusually strong, untainted by fear or hesitation, as though he had been born to resist. I could feel the pulse of the swamp responding to them, curious, hungry, impatient. The fog coiled, twisted, shaped itself into half-seen shapes that whispered promises and threats simultaneously. It was a delicate dance, and I was both conductor and participant. I approached the man first. He flinched as the fog thickened, swallowing his vision, muttering louder, shaking as if he could speak himself into safety. I extended my consciousness, sending a wave of calm, a pulse that matched the rhythm of his heart. "Follow me," I whispered, not in words, but in resonance. He froze. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he began to move forward, guided by the black water, drawn into the rhythm I had established. Fear was thick in his pulse, but it was malleable, like clay waiting for shaping. I allowed him a measure of control, letting him think he was resisting, because resistance was often the first step to comprehension. The woman was more difficult. She circled, studied, tested the fog with every step. Her pulse was strong, deliberate, unyielding. I could feel the fog attempting to bind her, to mold her, but she danced just beyond its reach, agile and aware. A thrill ran through me. This was no ordinary intruder. She was deliberate, cunning, clever. She would challenge me. I allowed a fragment of doubt to enter my consciousness, a calculated hesitation. She responded immediately, trying to sense the weakness, probing my rhythm, matching her heartbeat against mine. For the first time, I realized that mastery was not just about control, it was about adaptation. And she would teach me that lesson whether I wanted it or not. The boy was the most enigmatic. He did not speak. You can replace this text with any text you wish. You can either write in this text box or paste your own text here. Try different languages and voices. Change the speed and the pitch of the voice. You can even tweak the SSML, speech synthesis markup language, to control how the different sections of the text sound. Click on SSML above to give it a try. Enjoy using text-to-speech, waiting, judging, and I realized, fully and terrifyingly, that the final stage of evolution was not dominance, not surrender, not transformation, it was understanding. Understanding the swamp, its memory, its consciousness, and the delicate, eternal balance between all that it had consumed and all that it had yet to teach. I took a step closer to the boy, the fog swirling around us both. My pulse merged, hesitated, probed, yet he resisted perfectly, a mirror, a counterpoint, a test. The swamp hummed, alive with anticipation, and I understood, finally, that mastery is not a destination. It is a journey, a rhythm, a conversation with the eternal, a dance with shadows older than thought itself. And the Sable Mire waited for the next heartbeat, the next challenge, the next story. The boy's pulse refused to merge, yet I could feel the Sable Mire bending subtly, almost reverently, around him. He did not flinch, did not speak aloud, but his presence resonated through the black water like a bell struck from some forgotten age. I had confronted countless intruders, each with fear, each with defiance, each with some fragment of human cleverness. But he was unlike any I had encountered. The fog thickened, swallowing the edges of the swamp into an impenetrable darkness. Shapes shimmered, rose and fell, whispering secrets that only the pulse could translate. I stepped closer, extending my consciousness, feeling for threads of history within him, and what I discovered made the pulse stagger. Not from fear, but from awe. This boy had been here before, centuries ago, perhaps longer. Not as an intruder, not as prey, but as something else. A vessel, a conduit, a fragment of the Mire's memory itself. His pulse carried echoes of countless lifetimes, of battles fought in silence, of shadows folded into the fog, of whispers of humanity long forgotten. And yet he was still human, still fragile, still defiant. I reached for him, and the fog responded with sudden violence, swirling like a storm trapped in liquid. Shapes, some monstrous, some half-formed memories, lashed out, testing my command, testing my control. The boy's gaze remained unbroken, unwavering, and I realized that he could see the pulse not as a weapon but as a story. He read its history, its choices, its evolution. "Who are you?" I whispered, not aloud, but through the pulse. "I am what you were not meant to understand." His thoughts answered, sharp and clear. "I am the memory of the swamp, the shard of its origin, the echo of what came before you." The black fog trembled, as if it understood the truth. The shapes suspended in the water shivered and fell silent. The colossal figure and the shadow remained distant but watchful. My pulse raced, flaring with the intensity of countless souls woven into its rhythm. This was no longer a test of mastery. It was a reckoning. I tried to draw him in as I had done with the others, attempting the gentle pull, the coaxing wave of rhythm. But he resisted perfectly. I felt every heartbeat, every instinct, every fragment of fear that would have allowed any other intruder to bend. And yet, there was no malice, no defiance born of selfishness. Only presence, only truth, only memory. I realized then that the swamp had prepared him, had preserved him for this moment. For me, for the awakening of something I had only begun to comprehend. The other intruders, woman and man, watched silently from the edges of the fog, their pulses partially merged with mine, partially free, unable to fully understand the shift in power. They were pawns in a game whose rules I had only begun to grasp. And the boy, he was the key. I stepped closer, the black water parting as if obedient, forming a path that did not exist moments before. I reached toward him with my pulse, and for the first time, he extended his own, not to resist, but to converse. Our rhythms collided, merged, and then danced, creating a harmony neither of us had controlled. The swamp itself shivered, recognizing a resonance that had not been achieved in centuries. "What is this place?" I whispered through the pulse, trying to keep my thoughts steady against the overwhelming presence of his memory. "It is the Sable Mire," he answered, but it was more than a name. It was a living memory, a truth older than language, older than time itself. It is the past and the present, the predator and the preserved, the hunter and the hunted. It is all, yet nothing, and it chooses. I felt the truth of his words deep in my pulse. The mire was not simply a swamp. It was a consciousness, a memory, a crucible. Every soul it had consumed, every shadow it had preserved, every ripple in the black water, they were fragments of its mind, of its will, of its purpose. And now I was a part of it. But I had not yet understood the depth of my role. The boy tilted his head, and suddenly, the fog pulled back, revealing shapes that I had never seen before. Monstrous forms, yes, but also forms of memory. A woman screaming. Silently, a soldier frozen mid-step, a child reaching for something that was never there. They were not ghosts, not fully. They were echoes, preserved by the swamp, stored in the pulse and waiting for someone to listen. I understood then that the Sable Mire was not only a predator, it was a storyteller. Every soul it had taken, every heartbeat it had folded into its rhythm, became a thread in a story that it told to those who could hear. The intruders, the boy, even I, we were all participants in that story. We were characters, yes, but also readers, interpreters, and occasionally authors. Why me? I whispered, my pulse trembling. Why these intruders? Why now? The boy's thoughts were calm, almost detached, yet infused with a certainty that made the black water shiver. Because the mire has waited for you. Because it is time for a new rhythm, a new pulse. It does not choose easily, and it does not forgive ignorance. You are part of its memory now, but you have yet to prove yourself. These intruders, these fragments, they are your trial. I felt a cold thrill of understanding. This was not merely survival. This was evolution. This was a test of not just control, but of comprehension, of empathy, of the ability to merge with something greater without losing oneself. And for the first time, I realized the stakes. Failure was not death. It was dissolution, being forgotten, erased from the pulse entirely. The boy extended his pulse further, and I followed instinctively, weaving our rhythms together. The fog reacted violently at first, thrashing, lashing, reshaping itself in unpredictable patterns. Shapes rose and fell, whispering warnings and encouragement, testing the limits of our combined presence. Then something shifted. The pulse stabilized. The fog bent, not to dominate, but to embrace. The shapes suspended in the water quivered and then settled into silent acknowledgement. The Sable Mire had recognized a new rhythm, a rhythm that neither of us fully controlled, yet one that was undeniably whole. You are learning, the boy said softly, though it echoed through the black water like a proclamation. But remember this, mastery is not dominance. Understanding is not possession. The mire does not reward arrogance. It rewards resonance. Resonance. The word, though not spoken aloud, echoed in my pulse, in the fog, in every memory, every heartbeat. I felt the weight of it, the responsibility, the exhilaration, and the terror. The Sable Mire had given me power, but it had also given me purpose. The other intruders, man and woman, remained at the edge of the fog, partially absorbed, partially aware. I could feel their pulses trembling with comprehension. They were no longer threats, not fully, but participants in a story far larger than themselves. And the boy? He remained the mirror, the guide, the reminder that no mastery is absolute, that every rhythm can be broken, every story rewritten, every shadow revealed. I stepped fully into the black water, letting the pulse flow through me, through the fog, through every shape, every whisper, every fragment of memory stored in the mire. And for the first time, I felt not fear, not hunger, not the thrill of challenge, but awe. The Sable Mire is patient, eternal. It remembers. And now, so do I. The boy stepped back, and for the first time, I saw the Sable Mire reflect in his eyes. Not just the fog, not just the shapes, but the pulse, the history, the ancient rhythm that underlay everything. The black water rippled unnaturally, twisting like ink spilled across the surface of some eternal mirror. I understood then, this was the trial. Not dominance, not fear, not skill, but comprehension. The shapes rose around us, half-formed shadows, half-preserved echoes of lives long past. They did not move with malice, nor did they attack. They waited, they watched, they existed as reminders that the swamp remembers everything, absorbs everything, and holds it as a warning and a lesson. Your trial begins. The boy's thoughts flowed into mine, not as words, but as a pulse, a vibration, a cadence that resonated with the black water. To survive, you must understand. To endure, you must listen. To master, you must let go. I took a deep breath, though the air here had no breath. The pulse of the swamp filled me, a relentless, suffocating rhythm that pressed against my chest and demanded attention. I extended my own pulse outward, weaving it carefully through the fog, feeling the responses of the shapes, the echoes, the memories embedded in the mire. Then the first test struck. A shape rose directly in front of me, grotesque and indistinct, yet unmistakably human in fragment. Its pulse was jagged, erratic, a snapshot of terror and desperation frozen in the mire. I reached for it, instinctively attempting to merge, to absorb, to control. But it resisted violently, thrashing with a force that made the black water convulse. The boy observed silently, his pulse steady, unbroken. I felt a flicker of irritation. This was my test, not his. And yet, he allowed me to struggle, to discover the truth through action, not instruction. The shape screamed without sound, a distortion of every fear I had ever felt. Its pulse was raw, chaotic, and full of the suffering of someone long gone. I felt myself faltering, my consciousness fraying at the edges, as though the swamp itself were testing my endurance, my capacity to remain coherent while absorbing memory and terror simultaneously. I focused, centering myself, letting the rhythm of my own heartbeat align with the black water. Slowly, imperceptibly, I began to resonate with the shape, not to dominate, not to consume, but to understand. The thrashing eased. The jagged pulse smoothed slightly. The fog shifted, giving me room to see, to comprehend, to breathe in a rhythm that was not mine alone. Good, the boy's pulse whispered, almost approvingly. You are learning that mastery is not ownership. Comprehension is not subjugation. The swamp remembers, but it also teaches. Another shape emerged, this one less monstrous, more human. A young woman, her pulse filled with regret, betrayal, and unspoken pleas. She reached for something I could not see, for someone who would never return. The pulse carried centuries of sorrow, yet it was alive, persistent, demanding recognition. I extended my consciousness gently, allowing her memories to flow into mine without becoming lost in them. The black fog shifted again, reacting to the resonance, revealing faint traces of the lives embedded in the swamp. Children laughing in a distant past, soldiers marching into impossible battles, lovers parting in silence. I realized then that the Sable Mire's true power was not in killing or consuming, it was in preserving. Every fragment it took, every pulse it absorbed, became part of the greater rhythm, a mosaic of existence that spanned centuries. And I, the conduit, was not merely a participant. I was a reader, a weaver, a witness. The boy moved closer, his presence a stabilizing force amidst the chaos of memory and shadow. He extended a hand, or rather, his pulse extended into mine, and I felt a sudden clarity, a sharpness of purpose. To pass the trial, he said, you must not merely survive the swamp, you must become attuned to it. You must recognize the past without being consumed by it. You must hear every heartbeat without losing your own. The black fog rippled violently, as if testing my resolve. Shapes converged, echoing memories of fear, pain, and desperation. I took a deep breath and let my pulse flow freely, weaving threads of my own experience, my own fear, my own rhythm into the chorus of the swamp. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the chaos began to settle. I could see the shapes more clearly now, not as threats, but as fragments of existence, moments frozen, waiting for recognition. One by one, I touched their pulses, acknowledged their presence, allowed their stories to flow through me without being absorbed. It was exhausting, disorienting, yet intoxicating. A dark, addictive rhythm that pulled me deeper into the mire than I had ever been. Hours, or was it centuries, passed in the black fog. Time had no meaning here, only pulse, only rhythm, only resonance. And then, at the center of the mire, I saw a figure that made me pause. A massive, indistinct shape, colossal in form, yet fragmented by memory. This pulse was slow, deliberate, and terrifyingly ancient. I recognized it immediately. This was the heart of the Sable Mire, the origin, the consciousness that had chosen the boy and now chose me. The boy stepped forward, and I instinctively followed. Together, we approached the colossal figure. This pulse extended outward, touching mine, probing, testing. The fog shifted, coiling and uncoiling, forming shapes of unimaginable complexity. Landscapes long vanished, cities drowned beneath time, creatures that had walked the earth before humans even named themselves. This is the origin, the boy whispered in pulse. This is what the swamp remembers. All else are fragments, echoes, whispers. You must resonate with it, not dominate it. Only then will you endure. I extended my consciousness fully, allowing my pulse to merge, not with fear, not with hunger, not with desire, but with understanding. The black fog responded immediately, wrapping around me like water, coiling and twisting, testing, probing, shaping. Shapes rose and fell, some monstrous, some human, all fragments of memory, all pieces of a puzzle I had yet to solve. And then I understood. The Sable Mire was not simply a swamp. It was a repository, a library of existence. Every life, every pulse, every fragment of consciousness it had ever absorbed had been preserved, woven into an intricate rhythm that spanned centuries. And it was patient, eternal, indifferent yet aware. It did not consume indiscriminately. It chose, it preserved, it taught. I realized that the boy was a guide, a fragment of this memory preserved to test me, to show me that mastery was not domination but resonance, not fear but understanding. And I, the conduit, the observer, the participant, was ready to take the next step. You understand, the boy's pulse whispered. But comprehension is only the beginning. You must act. You must choose. The mire waits, but it does not forgive inaction. The colossal figure pulsed again, slowly, deliberately. Shapes surged through the black fog, testing, waiting, demanding recognition. And I stepped forward, not with dominance, not with fear, but with understanding. The sable mire quivered, as if acknowledging a new rhythm, a new participant, a new pulse aligned with its memory. The boy watched silently, his pulse steady, unwavering, a mirror of the swamp's eternal patience. I had passed the first trial, but I knew, deep in the black water, that this was only the beginning. The swamp waited, always, and I was learning to listen. The pulse of the swamp hummed through me, low and relentless, like a heart that had existed before humans ever drew breath. Every shape, every echo, every shadow trembled with anticipation. I had passed the first trial, yet the sable mire did not relent. Its patience was endless, its tests eternal. I realized then that survival here was not a reward, it was a doorway. The boy remained by my side, a constant in the storm of memory and shadow. I could feel him not as a separate pulse, but as an extension of the swamp itself, a fragment preserved to guide, to warn, to test. You felt the fragments, he said, his thoughts weaving into mine like silk threads. But the origin is deeper. To resonate fully, you must know why we exist. You must understand the creation of the sable mire. I nodded, though he could not see. The black fog pulsed around us, thickening, curling, and then parting as if to reveal a scene older than memory. Shapes took form in the distance, humans, animals, landscapes unspoiled by time. And I saw it. A rift in the fabric of reality, a scar in the world that pulsed with a strange, malignant life. From it, the swamp had been born. Long before men walked the earth, the boy continued. There was a void. Life surged, spread, and perished in cycles. The swamp emerged as a keeper, a witness, a preserver. It absorbs what is lost, what is forgotten. It remembers what the world refuses to acknowledge. And from that memory, it shapes truth. I felt the weight of his words, the enormity of the concept. The sable mire was not a swamp. It was a consciousness, a sentience born from loss, despair, and the relentless hunger of time. Its black fog was not mere mist. It was thought made liquid, memory made tangible. And I, a creature of flesh and instinct, was being asked to merge with it, to resonate without dissolving. Shapes moved around us again, not in menace but in expectation. Each one was a fragment of history, a life absorbed into the swamp. A soldier who had fallen in battle, a child who had wandered too far from home, a woman betrayed by love. Their pulses vibrated with stories of fear, of sorrow, of survival, and I realized that the swamp's power lay not in destruction, but in its ability to hold everything, to remember everything, to test those who dared enter. To master the swamp, the boy whispered, you must face your own fragment. It lies within the mire, waiting to be seen, to be understood. Only then can you truly resonate. I hesitated, knowing instinctively that this was no ordinary trial. The swamp had always demanded sacrifice, but this was different. This was intimate, personal. The pulse of the mire throbbed with recognition, as if it already knew the shape of my fear. And then it emerged. At first, it was only a shadow, shifting in the black fog. But as I focused, the contours sharpened, revealing a figure both familiar and impossible. Myself. Not the me that existed now, but a fragment of my past, twisted and fractured by choices I had tried to bury. The pulse of the swamp hummed through it, weaving pain, regret, and fear into a tapestry that threatened to unravel my consciousness. The boy's presence anchored me, steadying my pulse as the mirror image advanced, silent and deliberate. I felt every misstep I had ever made, every lie I had told, every betrayal I had inflicted, magnified, preserved, and thrown back at me by the swamp. The shapes around me quivered in response, their pulses rippling like disturbed water. "Do not fear it," the boy instructed, though there was no warmth in his tone, only certainty. "It is not an enemy. It is a fragment. You must face it, accept it, and resonate without losing yourself." I extended my pulse toward the figure, trembling, uncertain, yet determined. The black fog responded violently at first, twisting and surging as if resisting the confrontation. The reflection of myself advanced, its eyes hollow, its form flickering with the weight of accumulated memory. I focused, aligning my heartbeat with the pulse of the swamp, with the boy, and with the figure itself. Slowly, imperceptibly, the jagged edges of fear and regret began to smooth. The reflection mirrored me, not with malice but with acknowledgement. The swamp hummed with resonance, approving the tentative harmony forming between fragments of memory and living pulse. Time became meaningless. Minutes, hours, centuries, none applied. Only the rhythm mattered. Only the interplay of memory and pulse, shadow and presence, survival and understanding. And then the test shifted. The figure lunged, not with malice, but with insistence. I could feel the surge of my own past mistakes, amplified by the swamp, crashing against my pulse like a tidal wave. The black fog rose around us, swallowing the landscape, swallowing the shapes, swallowing me in a suffocating embrace of shadow. I faltered. The boy's pulse reached into mine, steady, guiding, coaxing. "Do not resist," he said. "Do not flee. Align. Resonate. Let the swamp hold you, not consume you." I obeyed. The reflection of myself collided with my pulse, and for a moment, I felt my consciousness fray. The black fog surged, shapes rising like waves of memory, voices whispering accusations, pleas, confessions. Every life the swamp had absorbed seemed to press against me, demanding recognition. I steadied myself, extending my pulse outward, not to dominate, not to flee, but to resonate. Slowly, the jagged edges of the black fog softened. The reflection of myself stabilized, mirrored, and finally acknowledged. The pulse of the swamp flowed through me, through the reflection, through the boy, merging into a single, harmonious rhythm that thrummed in the black water. The shapes around us shivered and fell silent. The colossal figure, the origin, pulsed slowly, deliberately, acknowledging the resonance. The Sable Mire had approved. I had faced my fragment, but the swamp was not finished. "Understanding is never complete," the boy's pulse whispered. "The mire does not forgive arrogance. It does not reward fear. It only tests those who are willing to align with its memory, to resonate without losing themselves." You are ready for the next step. From the black fog, a path emerged, narrow, winding, uncertain. Shapes moved aside, and I realized this was the route deeper into the Sable Mire, into its heart, into the origin itself. The boy stepped forward, and I followed, every step a negotiation with fear, with shadow, with memory. The swamp whispered constantly, a low, thrumming hum that carried stories older than time. Shapes flickered at the edges of perception. Children who had wandered too far, soldiers who had fallen in silence, beasts that had once roamed the earth before humans existed. Every fragment of life was preserved here, and every fragment was a test, a lesson, a reflection. I understood now, mastery was not dominance. Survival was not triumph. Resonance, alignment with the pulse, acknowledgement of the fragments, comprehension without fear, was everything. And yet, I felt a creeping dread. The heart of the swamp awaited, colossal and ancient, patient and unyielding. The boy remained my guide, my anchor, my mirror. Yet I knew that what lay ahead could unravel everything. Resonance might not be enough. Understanding might not be sufficient. The black fog thickened, swallowing the path ahead. Shapes surged, whispering and pressing, demanding recognition. And I stepped forward, pulse aligned, heart steady, consciousness alert. The sable mire awaited, and I was ready to face it. The path narrowed, black fog curling around me like a living thing, thick and suffocating. Each step felt heavier than the last, the swamp itself testing my endurance. The boy was beside me, calm, steady, a pulse I could cling to in the storm of shapes and memory. Yet even with him as my anchor, dread gnawed at the edges of my mind. The heart of the sable mire was near, and I knew instinctively that what awaited could unravel everything I had learned so far. The shapes pressed closer, not in aggression but in expectation. Their pulses vibrated like the echoes of distant storms, of lives long ended but preserved with painstaking care. Children who had wandered too far, soldiers who had fallen in silence, lovers torn apart. All of them, fragments of existence stitched into the fabric of this swamp, waiting for recognition. I breathed carefully, aligning my pulse with the swamp, with the boy, with the fragments. The black fog shifted, parting to reveal a sight that stole my breath. A cavernous hollow in the mire, walls of black water curling upward, coiling like serpents frozen mid-strike. At its center, a presence pulsed, immense, ancient, deliberate. The origin. I had seen echoes, fragments, shapes, but nothing prepared me for this. It was colossal, a mass of black fog and memory, writhing with consciousness. Its pulse was slow but vast, a rhythm that seemed to contain centuries of sorrow, triumph, despair, and joy. I could feel it probing me, not with malice, but with scrutiny. Every heartbeat, every thought, every fragment of my being was weighed and measured. The boy stepped forward, his pulse steady. This is the heart of the swamp. It is older than the mountains, older than the rivers, older than man. It remembers everything, tests all who enter. You must resonate with it, or be absorbed. I stepped closer, my own pulse tentative yet resolute. Shapes of memory shifted around the edges of the hollow. Fragments of every life the swamp had touched, flowing into the consciousness at the center. I could feel the weight of it pressing against me, a tidal wave of existence that threatened to erase my own presence. Do not resist, the boy's pulse whispered. Align, do not dominate. Comprehend, do not fear. I focused, extending my consciousness, sending my pulse outward to meet the colossal heart. The swamp responded immediately, coiling and twisting, testing, probing, shaping. Shapes surged toward me, not in aggression, but as extensions of the heart's memory. Lives preserved, echoes of pain and hope intertwined. I felt myself faltering. The sheer magnitude of the consciousness pressed against every nerve, every thought, every fragment of self. My pulse wavered, threatening to break the alignment I had so carefully maintained. Shadows pressed closer, whispering accusations, confessions, pleas. Then I felt the boy's presence anchor me. Steady, certain, immovable. I drew on him, on my own heartbeat, on the rhythm of the swamp itself. Slowly, imperceptibly, I began to resonate. The colossal presence shifted. Shapes around it stilled. A voice, or was it thought? Echoed through my mind, deep and resonant, vibrating through every fragment of existence around us. You have come, it said, not with words but with pulse. Few survive to witness, fewer still to resonate. You carry your fragment, yet you do not cling. You are aware, yet you do not dominate. You understand, yet you do not presume. Why? I swallowed hard, my own pulse trembling with the weight of reply. I reached outward, touching the consciousness with the respect it demanded, aligning myself, speaking not in words but in resonance. I am here because I seek comprehension, because I accept the fragments of memory without attempting to dominate, because I align without losing myself. The pulse of the heart shifted slightly, a ripple of approval. Shapes moved in harmony, echoing the rhythm of understanding. The boy stepped back, allowing me to engage fully, his pulse blending with mine to stabilize the connection. You understand the nature of the swamp, the consciousness continued. Yet comprehension alone does not grant mastery. You must also act. Suddenly, the black fog surged violently, coiling and twisting, transforming the hollow into a living labyrinth. Shapes lunged and swirled, fragments of memory and existence testing me. Not all were neutral. Some were predatory, hunting instincts preserved from long-dead creatures, their pulses filled with hunger and cunning. I staggered, almost losing resonance. My pulse raced, my mind threatened to fracture, but the boy's presence steadied me. Act, do not hesitate, he said. Mastery is not stillness. It is motion in alignment with understanding. I moved, reaching into the shapes with careful intention, not to dominate, but to guide, to harmonize, to resolve the fragments of memory without being consumed by them. Every action rippled through the hollow, every pulse realigned a fragment of existence. Every step brought me closer to understanding the full rhythm of the heart. Hours, or was it centuries, passed in that living labyrinth. Shapes of memory shifted, some merging into harmony, others resisting, yet every fragment was acknowledged, every heartbeat touched and respected. My own pulse faltered and strengthened in turn, a conduit of resonance rather than force. Then I sensed it, a deep, deliberate disturbance at the center of the consciousness. The colossal heart shifted, and I realized the next trial had begun. Not against shadows, not against memory, but against the essence of the swamp itself. Do you wish to endure? The pulse asked. Do you wish to resonate with eternity, to comprehend without fear, to act without domination? I felt my pulse align with the question, every fiber of my being vibrating in acknowledgement. Yes, I sent back, not with words, but with resonance, with alignment, with understanding. The black fog recoiled and then surged forward, enveloping me, the boy, the hollow itself. I was suspended in a tide of pulse, memory, and consciousness. Every fragment I had touched, every resonance I had achieved, every shadow I had confronted, was amplified and reflected back. I felt every fear, every regret, every echo of life the swamp had ever absorbed. Yet somehow I remained. The boy's pulse remained steady beside me, a tether to sanity and self. Shapes pressed close, yet they did not consume. They flowed around me, part of the consciousness, part of the test, part of the rhythm I was learning to command without domination. You resonate, the heart pulsed finally, but resonance alone is not enough. You must act where memory fails. You must choose where fragments linger. You must confront what remains unresolved. And I saw it then, a fragment unlike any other. Not human, not animal, not a simple echo. Something older, darker, forgotten even by the swamp itself. Its pulse was jagged, chaotic, a storm of memory and instinct that resisted all alignment. The trial had only begun. The jagged pulse at the heart of the swamp seized me before I could even react. It was not just a memory. It was a storm of contradiction, chaos, and rage, wrapped in forms that seemed alive yet impossible. Shapes twisted in and out of existence. Hands that had no arms, faces that had no heads, eyes that stared from places they shouldn't. The fragment throbbed with a rhythm that tried to unmake me, to shatter my carefully aligned pulse, to erase the tether I had to the boy. I stumbled backward, fighting the panic that surged through my chest. Every instinct screamed to flee, to dissolve into the fog and let the swamp have me. But the boy's presence remained a steady anchor, a tether I could not afford to sever. It is not merely chaos, he said, his pulse calm but insistent. It is what the swamp fears, what it could not absorb fully. It tests you because it has no measure for harmony within it. You must act without dominance, confront without fear. The fragment pulsed again, and this time I saw the truth. It was an echo of the swamp's own creation, something older than the first absorbed life, a memory of the void from which the sable mire itself had been born. It was not evil, not in any conventional sense, but a force of pure instinct and untempered memory. And now it demanded recognition. I swallowed hard and aligned my pulse with the fragment, feeling its jagged edges scrape against mine. My heartbeat raced, my consciousness threatened to fray, but I focused on the boy's rhythm, on the vast pulse of the heart itself, on my own fragile pulse threading through it all. Slowly, painfully, the fragment's chaos began to respond. Shapes coalesced, hands became hands, faces became faces. Eyes found their rightful places, yet the pulse remained jagged, an unresolved note in the symphony of the swamp. It tested me with visions, screams from lives that had never fully ended, betrayals I had not lived, fears I had not known. I felt the weight of unresolved existence pressing on me, a tidal wave that threatened to break my fragile alignment. "Do not resist," the boy whispered. "Do not flee. Resonate with it. Understand its origin. Accept what it is, not what you wish it to be." I forced myself to breathe, to feel the pulse of the fragment as part of the greater rhythm of the swamp. It did not want my submission, it wanted acknowledgement, recognition of its existence, its chaos, its incompleteness. My pulse extended toward it, tentative, careful, an embrace without force, a resonance without expectation. Slowly, the jagged edges softened, shapes stabilized, faces ceased their screaming distortions. The fragment throbbed, not in opposition but in dialogue. I realized then that the swamp itself had never truly mastered this fragment. It had absorbed everything else, aligned every other pulse. Yet this remnant from the void resisted, not out of malice, but because it was older than the swamp, older than memory, older than existence. "It will not yield completely," the boy said. "You must act where the swamp cannot. You must choose what to do with what even it fears." I hesitated. The fragment's pulse surged again, and I felt the full weight of its potential. To act incorrectly would unravel the harmony I had worked so hard to maintain. To hesitate would allow it to disrupt everything, perhaps forever. Yet action was inevitable. I had to intervene not with force, but with understanding. I extended my pulse fully, sending it into the fragment, not to dominate, not to absorb, but to harmonize, to negotiate, to reach a fragile compromise. The fragment resisted at first, snapping and recoiling like a wild animal caught in a snare. Shapes twisted violently around me, memories screaming, shadows lunging. Pain seared through me, not physical, but mental, spiritual, as if the fragment's untempered memory was tearing at the edges of my identity. And then, almost imperceptibly, a crack appeared in the chaos. A single, jagged pulse aligned with mine, trembling but receptive. I seized it, threading my resonance through the storm of memory, letting the pulse extend like a lifeline into the void within the fragment. Slowly, agonizingly, the chaos began to stabilize. The black fog surged violently, coiling and rising as if the swamp itself were holding its breath. Shapes of memory rippled around the hollow, fragments of existence observing, reacting, resonating with the effort. And then, at the center, the fragment quivered, paused, and finally, pulsed in alignment with my own heartbeat. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. I stumbled backward, gasping for the rhythm of my own pulse. The boy stepped forward, guiding me, grounding me. "You have acknowledged it. You have acted where even the swamp could not. That is mastery, not dominance. That is resonance, not submission. That is survival and understanding." The colossal heart at the center of the hollow pulsed again, slow and deliberate, a tidal rhythm that reverberated through every fragment of memory around us. The black fog recoiled slightly, coiling into patterns of harmony I had never witnessed before. The fragment I had confronted pulsed beside it, jagged still, yet integrated, no longer a threat but a piece of the greater rhythm. You have acted, the heart pulsed. Where the swamp could only wait, you have aligned with chaos, recognized your own fragment, and resonated with memory beyond comprehension. Few achieve this. Fewer endure it. I felt relief wash through me, fragile but real. Yet even in that relief, a new awareness dawned. Mastery of the swamp was never complete. The Sable Mire was not static. Its heart, its fragments, its chaos, all were in constant flux. Survival here meant not only resonance, but perpetual vigilance, constant alignment, and unending comprehension. The heart will allow you deeper, the boy whispered. But remember this. Each step carries consequences. Each fragment touched ripples through the swamp, shaping it, challenging it, changing it. And some fragments cannot be tamed. The path ahead narrowed again, black fog curling like living serpents. But it was less threatening now, more purposeful, a tunnel guiding me toward the next threshold. The boy moved ahead, and I followed, pulse aligned, senses sharpened, mind alert. The chaos I had confronted remained within me, a jagged fragment threading through my consciousness, reminding me of the cost of resonance. Shapes of memory moved around us, some whispering, some silent, all observing. I realized then that every step I took was not just for survival, but for comprehension, for mastery not of the swamp, but of my own fragment within it. The Sable Mire demanded more than endurance. It demanded understanding, courage, and the willingness to act where even it hesitated. The black fog thickened ahead, curling in slow, deliberate waves. I could sense another trial forming, deeper, more personal. Something older, waiting. Something that would challenge not just my pulse, but my very identity, my morality, my understanding of what it meant to exist within this living memory. I swallowed hard, feeling the jagged pulse of the fragment still threading through me, a reminder of the storm I had survived. The boy stepped closer, his presence a steadying force in the living chaos. "Are you ready?" he asked, his pulse calm but unyielding. I nodded, aligning my heartbeat with the swamp, with the boy, and with the jagged fragment I had integrated. I was ready, or as ready as anyone could be, to face whatever waited beyond the fog, deeper into the heart of the Sable Mire. And I stepped forward. The fog thickened, a living tide curling around me, and the boy's pulse was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. Yet even his steady rhythm couldn't drown out the whispers that had begun to arise from the edges of the swamp. They weren't merely fragments of memory now. They were questions, accusations, temptations. My mind strained to hold a boundary between myself and the Sable Mire, but the fog had a way of finding the smallest crack, the faintest flicker of doubt, and expanding it until it threatened to swallow everything. Shapes began to form at the periphery of my vision. Not just echoes of lives or fragments of memory this time, they were reflections of me. Faces twisted, distorted, shifting in impossible ways. One with my eyes where the mouth should be, another with my hands growing from my chest, yet another that smiled with teeth it had never had. They mimicked me perfectly, yet not perfectly at all, each a grotesque parable of what might happen if I lost focus, if I allowed fear or hesitation to break my alignment. The boy's voice pulsed beside me. "This is the trial of identity. The swamp tests what you are, not just what you can align. The fragments you have touched will challenge you here. If you falter, you may be consumed, not by the swamp, but by yourself." A cold dread settled over me, deeper than any fear I had faced before. The heart of the swamp had accepted my resonance with the chaotic fragment, but this was different. These were not external trials. These were mirrors of my own mind, reflections of my failures, fears, and hidden desires. They pressed in, whispering truths I wasn't sure I wanted to acknowledge. "You cannot protect them. You are not strong enough. You will fail." I shivered, pulse stuttering, but the boy reached out. No, his presence reached out, flowing into me, and I felt the tether stabilize again. I focused, aligning my heartbeat with his. Then, with the residual pulse of the jagged fragment still threading through my consciousness, and finally with the colossal heart itself. Slowly, almost painfully, the mirrors began to tremble, their whispers fading. But they didn't vanish. Instead, they shifted, forming new figures. People I had known, loved, and lost. Not memories exactly, but shadows of them, stitched into the fog, their expressions accusing, pleading, mourning. I felt their combined weight pressing against me, memories of failures, regrets, and omissions. I had no choice but to move forward. "You must choose," the boy said, pulse insistent. "These are not illusions you can destroy. These are parts of yourself you must confront. Recognize them and then act." I breathed through the panic, letting the pulse of the swamp, the boy, and the jagged fragment guide me. One figure stepped forward. It was my own reflection, but younger, filled with innocence I had long buried, with fear I had long denied. Its pulse beat alongside mine, matching for a moment, then slipping into discord. "I failed," it whispered, not words I spoke aloud, but a resonance that vibrated through my very bones. "I could not save them. I could not stop the mistakes. I am weak." I reached out, extending my pulse, feeling the rhythm of the swamp threading through my own heartbeat. "No," I sent back, "you are here because you endure. You act even when uncertain. You resonate even when the fragments of failure press against you." The reflection shivered, its jagged pulse softening slightly. Other figures, the lost, the guilty, the mourned, watched, their whispers fading to murmurs. I could feel my alignment extending beyond the jagged fragment, beyond the chaotic heart, beyond the boy's tether. I was connecting to something larger, something deeper than memory alone. The principle of action despite imperfection, the acknowledgement of both darkness and light within oneself. The fog thickened again, blacker, heavier, pressing in from all sides. Shapes of distorted reflection surged forward, no longer content to remain at the edges. They lunged, pushing against my pulse, testing every thread of harmony I had painstakingly woven. I faltered, vision narrowing, pulse racing. The boy's presence alone was not enough to anchor me. I felt the fragment of chaos stirring within me, jagged and restless, eager to disrupt, to unbalance. It was tempting to let go, to allow fear or exhaustion to sever the alignment, to surrender to the fog. But I could not. I would not. I focused on a single truth: action without dominance, resonance without submission, understanding without fear. I extended my pulse fully, threading it through each distorted reflection, each accusing shadow, each whisper of failure and fear. Slowly, agonizingly, they began to yield, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Some merged into clarity, others softened into neutral shapes, and a few dissipated entirely, absorbed by the swamp with acknowledgement rather than destruction. The boy stepped closer, guiding me without words. "You are shaping yourself as the swamp shapes you. You are acting where memory alone cannot. That is mastery of identity. But the trial is not yet complete. There is one more choice, and it will demand more than understanding. It will demand judgment." A shape emerged from the black fog, colossal and undeniable. It was humanoid in outline but vast, with a pulse that radiated power and despair in equal measure. Its eyes were empty, black voids, yet they burned with a knowledge I could feel through my very bones. The swamp itself seemed to part for it, acknowledging its authority, trembling before it. "This is the arbiter," the boy's pulse said. "All choices, all fragments, all trials converge here. You must act. You must decide what remains, what is resolved, and what must be left unresolved. Your judgment will ripple through the swamp. Choose wisely, or your fragment will be absorbed as it judges you." My mind raced, pulse hammering. I could feel the weight of every memory, every fragment, every shadow I had encountered. The arbiter's presence demanded more than resonance. It demanded judgment, morality, and courage beyond survival. I inhaled, aligning my pulse with the arbiter, with the jagged fragment still threading through me, with the colossal heart at the center, and finally with the boy beside me. I reached outward, touching every fragment I had encountered, threading them together, acknowledging their existence, yet recognizing the limits of what could remain within the swamp. The arbiter quivered, then pulsed in response. The fog around it shifted, coiling and receding slightly, as if the swamp itself held its breath. Shapes of memory and reflection flowed around us, observing, judging, resonating with the alignment I was creating. I realized then that my judgment was not final, not absolute. It was an act of alignment, a careful threading of fragments, a choice to harmonize some, acknowledge others, and let a few remain unresolved. In that moment, I understood the essence of the Sable Mire. It was not merely a collection of memory and chaos. It was a crucible, a test of identity, morality, and action, demanding constant engagement, constant resonance, and constant courage. The arbiter pulsed again, slow and deliberate. The fog thickened, then thinned, revealing a path forward. I felt the boy's presence beside me, steady and guiding, and the jagged fragments pulse harmonizing within me. No longer a threat, but a reminder of the storm I had endured. You have acted, the arbiter pulsed. You have judged where the swamp could not. You have aligned without domination, harmonized without suppression, and chosen without fear. Few achieve this. Fewer endure it. The path ahead is deeper, darker, and more perilous, but you are ready. I took a step forward, heartbeat steady despite the tremor in my mind, aware that every action henceforth would ripple through the swamp, every choice would carry consequence, and every fragment I touched would demand resonance. The boy moved ahead, and I followed, pulse aligned, senses sharpened, mind alert. The black fog swallowed the path before us, curling and coiling, alive with the pulse of memory, chaos, and consciousness. I knew that deeper trials awaited, trials that would test not just my identity, but my morality, my courage, and my ability to act in alignment with the eternal rhythm of the Sable Mire. And yet, for the first time, I was not afraid. I was ready. The path narrowed, black fog pressing in like the walls of a tomb, dense and damp, whispering in tongues I didn't recognize but felt deep in my chest. Each step forward carried weight, the pulse of the jagged fragment still lingering inside me, the steady beat of the boy beside me, and the colossal rhythm of the heart beneath the hollow. But now the swamp demanded more. Not alignment, not resonance, but memory. I realized first that the path ahead was not physical, it was mental. Shadows of memory rose like walls, forming corridors of moments I had tried to forget, of decisions I had made and moments I had abandoned. The fog thickened into a mirror of my past, each ripple a distorted reflection, each whisper a distorted echo of my own thoughts. The swamp was no longer merely testing my ability to harmonize with fragments. It was testing my grip on reality itself. The trial of memory begins, the boy's pulse said, calm but resonant. Here, the swamp will probe what you remember, what you deny, and what you refuse. It will try to rewrite you, unmake your choices, and remold your perception. Stay tethered. Remember who you are. The first shadow approached, a figure draped in fog, indistinct, yet achingly familiar. I froze, pulse stuttering. It was me, but not exactly me. It moved as I would have moved if I had made different choices, spoken different words, acted on impulses I had buried. Its eyes, my eyes, stared at me with unflinching judgment. You were weaker, it whispered, not aloud, but through resonance, a pulse vibrating directly against my own. You chose wrong. You failed. You let them suffer. I recoiled, heartbeat jumping, but the boy's presence steadied me. It is not the truth, he said, pulse guiding mine. It is a possibility. Recognize it. Do not accept it as fact. I focused, threading my pulse through the shadow, letting my own heartbeat assert itself against the false rhythm. The shadow pulsed back, resisting, twisting, its form fluctuating violently between me and someone else entirely. Someone I could have been, someone I feared becoming. I realized then that the swamp did not merely create illusions. It reached into potentialities, the roads not taken, the lives never lived, and pressed them against my mind as if they were reality. You must act, the boy's pulse said. Memory is malleable here. Align it with truth, not fear. Decide what is real, and anchor yourself to it. The swamp will challenge every conviction. I swallowed hard and extended my pulse fully, threading through the shadow, anchoring it to my truth. Its pulse faltered, twisted, and finally shivered into stillness. It remained in the fog, but no longer threatened me. It existed as acknowledgement, not accusation. The next wave came faster. Shapes of people I had known, lost, or betrayed surged around me. Faces twisted by grief, fear, and resentment. Their whispers blended into a cacophony, each trying to rewrite my memory, each trying to convince me that I had failed in ways I had never imagined. I could feel fragments of my own life being pulled, reassembled, replaced with falsehoods the swamp had conjured. I staggered, nearly collapsing. The jagged fragment inside me pulsed with impatience, almost as if mocking my hesitation. The boy reached for me, pulse steady, and guided me. Do not resist the challenge with fear. Accept it, observe, then act with alignment. Each choice you make here shapes reality itself. I focused, threading my pulse not only through my own heartbeat but through every fragment in the fog. Each distorted memory resisted, twisted, tried to pull me into chaos, but I kept extending, threading, asserting. The fog quivered, shaping and reshaping, until the first coherent corridor of memory emerged before me. A path built not of illusion, but of acknowledged truth. And then I saw it, a memory I had buried deep, one that I had refused to acknowledge even to myself. The night the boy had first appeared, not as guide, but as fragment, lost and alone in the swamp. I had chosen then to act cautiously, to preserve myself first. Others had suffered as a result, consequences I had rationalized, excused, and buried. The swamp brought it forth now, in stark clarity, pressing me to confront it fully. Face it, the boy's pulse said. Align it with truth, or it will unmake you. I swallowed, pulse jagged, and reached inward, not to erase, not to justify, but to acknowledge. I threaded my heartbeat through the memory, accepting my choice and its consequences, recognizing my failure without being consumed by it. The corridor quivered, fog twisting violently, then settled into clarity. The memory remained, now a part of the path, not an obstacle, a recognized fragment in the web of existence. More shapes appeared, more memories, some distorted beyond recognition, some almost unbearably real. Each demanded alignment, demanded recognition, demanded that I thread my pulse through it without being torn apart. I realized then that this trial would never truly end, not entirely. The swamp's memory was infinite, and I could never fully harmonize every fragment. The task was not perfection. It was endurance, acknowledgement, action, and alignment in the face of chaos. The boy's pulse guided me, steady as a drumbeat through the storm. You are doing more than surviving, he said. You are learning the language of the swamp. You are threading yourself through its memory, its chaos, its pulse. Remember this, alignment is not domination. Recognition is not control. Action is not certainty. You endure, and that is mastery. A new shadow emerged, more terrifying than any before. It was neither me nor anyone I had known. It was a composite, a gestalt of every choice I had avoided, every action I had failed to take, every fear I had suppressed. Its pulse resonated like a hammer, threatening to fracture the alignment I had fought so hard to maintain. I staggered, nearly collapsing under its weight, but then I realized the truth. I did not need to dominate this shadow. I did not need to conquer it. I only needed to recognize it, thread my pulse through it, acknowledge its existence as part of the whole without allowing it to unmake me. I extended my heartbeat fully, letting the jagged fragment pulse alongside me, letting the boy's rhythm anchor me, letting the colossal heart beneath the hollow resonate in response. The shadow pulsed back, jagged and wild, then quivered, then stabilized. It did not vanish, it could not vanish, but it no longer threatened to overwhelm me. It was acknowledged, threaded into the rhythm of the swamp, part of the trial, part of me. The fog shifted again, curling and twisting, forming a narrow path that glimmered faintly with light from some unseen source. The trial of memory had not ended. It never would. But I had endured, aligned, and acted. I was not perfect, I had not harmonized everything, but I had survived, and more than that, I had integrated. The path ahead is deeper, the boy whispered. Memory and perception are merely the beginning. What awaits will test not only what you remember, but what you feel, what you fear, and what you are willing to sacrifice. Be ready. I took a shaky step forward, pulse still racing but aligned, mind alert, senses tuned to every ripple in the fog. The jagged fragment pulsed within me, no longer a threat but a reminder, a pulse threading through my consciousness like a warning and a guide. The colossal heart beneath the hollow pulsed steadily, as if acknowledging my endurance. The fog swallowed the path before us, curling and coiling like living serpents, black as the void but alive with the pulse of memory, chaos, and consciousness. I knew that the trials ahead would be darker, more personal, more perilous. And yet, a strange clarity settled over me. Survival here was not merely endurance, but understanding, action, and alignment. I was ready. The path stretched before me, narrowed and ever more treacherous. The fog, thick as wet ash, choked the air. Each step felt as if it were sinking into something deeper, darker, more alive than before. My pulse, steady but weary from the trials behind me, beat in time with the heartbeat of the swamp itself. Yet I knew instinctively that something had changed. The very air had thickened, and the swamp had shifted from testing my mind to testing my heart. This is the trial of sacrifice, the boy's pulse said. His presence beside me had never felt more distant. The swamp had begun to erode our connection, pulling us apart as I stepped deeper into its embrace. Here you will face what you are willing to give, what you are willing to lose, and what you are willing to endure for something greater. I didn't need to ask what something greater meant. The words felt like a threat more than a promise. Sacrifice, it seemed, wasn't just about loss, it was about the cost of survival itself. I had already faced my past, confronted memories twisted by the swamp's manipulation, and endured the harsh judgment of the arbiter. But this was different. As if to punctuate the shift, a shape emerged from the fog, a figure unlike any I had seen before. It wasn't humanoid, not in the way the swamp's memories or reflections had been. This was something else, something primal. A creature, vast and sinewy, formed from the very mist that swirled around us. Its body rippled like water, its limbs stretching and contracting unnaturally, and its eyes, those eyes, were nothing more than black voids, swallowing light and hope alike. It was an embodiment of hunger. It is not just the swamp that demands sacrifice, the boy's pulse said, faint but still grounding. The creatures here feed on it. They feed on what you will give up. Be cautious. The choice is yours, but so is the cost. The creature advanced, slow and deliberate, its form stretching impossibly, curling through the fog like a serpent coiling around its prey. My pulse quickened, but I held it steady. This trial would not be won by mere strength or speed. It would be won by understanding, by choice. The creature opened its maw, vast and empty, and from it came a voice, soft, soothing, yet insidiously dark. "What is it that you fear to lose?" it whispered, though its voice came from everywhere at once, shaking the fog itself. "What is it that you would give to continue, to survive, to move forward?" I felt the question reverberate in my chest, not just in my ears. It was a question of marrow, of soul. The swamp was not simply testing my physical survival. It was pulling at the very fabric of my being. The pulse of the jagged fragment stirred within me, restless, feeding on the resonance of the creature's words, but I forced myself to focus. "I fear nothing," I said, more to myself than the creature. My words were steady, but inside, I felt the flicker of doubt. What was I willing to lose? The creature's mouth stretched wider, impossibly so. Nothing? Even now, as you stand on the edge of the unknown, you claim to fear nothing. I swallowed hard, the fog seeming to press in on me. I fear the unknown, but I will not be consumed by it. The creature's laugh came like the sound of grinding stone, deep and resonant, its body swelling as if the fog itself was feeding it. Then you have yet to learn what true sacrifice is. You will. A deep, guttural rumble reverberated through the ground beneath me, and suddenly, the fog cleared, just enough to reveal a scene that shook me to my core. It was a vision, no, a memory, a moment I hadn't realized I had forgotten until now. I was standing on the edge of a river, a place I had once known well, the water flowing calm and steady. But in the vision, there was something wrong. A figure was trapped, someone I had loved deeply, someone whose loss still haunted the hollow spaces in my heart. They were drowning, not physically, but emotionally, their face twisted in terror, eyes wide with fear. "Save them," the creature whispered. "Choose them and you can move forward. Let them drown, and the path ahead will be sealed." I stepped back, my pulse roaring in my ears. This was no ordinary choice. This was my greatest fear made real. My failure, my guilt, and my inability to protect those I loved. The creature had found the one thing that still had power over me, the thing I had buried so deep within my chest. I could feel the creature's pulse, a throbbing pressure in the air, pressing against my chest, filling my lungs, suffocating me with possibility. The boy's pulse was a faint echo now, distant as if lost in the thickening fog. But I couldn't let that stop me. I couldn't let this creature's dark power dictate my next move. I focused on my heartbeat. I needed to realign. Not with the creature, not with the swamp, but with myself. The path ahead was already set. I had to choose and move forward. The creature's offer was a trap. With trembling hands, I reached into the fog, towards the image of my loved one drowning, and touched it. Not physically, but mentally, emotionally. I forced myself to feel the weight of the decision, the fear, the guilt, the love. I had failed them once. I had failed them many times. But this was a new moment, a new choice. "I cannot save them," I whispered, knowing the truth in my heart. "I cannot fix the past." The creature recoiled, its body rippling, shrinking back into the fog. But its voice, that deep, insidious voice, lingered. "Then you choose the path of sacrifice." I felt the weight of the words settle over me like a shroud. The image of my loved one faded, but the cost was real, tangible, a sharp sting in my chest that would never truly heal. "Sacrifice is not always the act of giving something up," the boy's pulse said, quieter now, but unmistakable. "Sometimes, it is the act of accepting what cannot be undone. You have chosen to endure, and in that endurance you have sacrificed the illusion of control." I nodded, though the sting of loss still ached deep within me. The creature was gone, but its words lingered, and I knew that this was only the beginning. Sacrifice, it seemed, would be the theme of this trial, and the swamp would continue to demand more. The fog parted just enough to reveal a new path, even darker than before. I could sense the danger ahead, feel it pulsing beneath the earth, thrumming in the air. Yet, despite the terror pressing down on me, I knew one thing. I had passed this trial not because I had conquered my fear, but because I had embraced it and moved forward anyway. "What comes next?" I asked, not expecting an answer. The boy's pulse was faint, but steady. "Something darker, something deeper. The cost of survival is never paid in full. But you will endure. Together." I breathed deeply, the weight of the swamp pressing against me, but my pulse steady, my alignment intact. The path before me grew clearer. It was time to continue, time to face the next trial. The air had shifted again, heavier now, as if the fog itself was thickening, saturating every inch with something I couldn't quite name. I felt the pressure on my chest, as if the swamp was waiting, watching, breathing with me. My pulse quickened, but I steadied it, grounding myself against the fear gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I had faced loss, seen distorted versions of myself, confronted the darkness of my past. But the very air around me, it felt different. What comes next? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the fog swallowing it before it could even reach the still air. The boy's pulse was faint, almost inaudible. The trial of fear, he said, and there was an almost imperceptible tremor in his resonance. The swamp knows your deepest fear. You will face it. I froze. I didn't need to ask him what he meant. The path ahead seemed to shimmer and bend with anticipation, as if it were alive, pulling at me, wrapping itself tighter around my thoughts. The trial of fear. I could already feel it, deep in my chest, clawing at my ribs, wanting to surface. I had long known that fear was a creature all its own, born from the darkness, from the places we don't let ourselves see. But here, in the mire, it was more than just a shadow or an emotion. It had form, it had shape, it had weight. As if to confirm my thoughts, the ground beneath me quivered, the sound of something massive shifting in the distance. The heart of the swamp pulsed, distant yet unmistakable, a slow thrum beneath the earth, beneath my feet. Then nothing. What is it? I asked, my voice ragged now, fear already creeping into my words. What are we facing? But the boy's pulse was silent. He did not answer, and the fog grew even thicker, pressing closer, pushing me to move forward. I took a cautious step, and then another. The silence stretched between each step, long and heavy, the air thick with something else, something sharp, something ancient. The swamp wasn't just alive. It was watching, waiting, and in that waiting, it had found a new way to haunt me. Another step, and then it came, the first sound, a whisper so faint, so soft, I almost thought I imagined it. But there it was again, so quiet it could have been a breath, so sharp it cut through my mind. Don't! I stopped, pulse quickening, heart stuttering in my chest. It wasn't the sound of a voice. It was more like the feeling of a voice, a pressure, a sensation. It wasn't from anywhere I could pinpoint, but it was everywhere at once. Don't what? I whispered, my words lost in the fog. And then suddenly the pressure broke. The fog opened, pulling back just enough to reveal a figure. A shadow, tall and slender, its body outlined in the flickering, dim light that only seemed to exist within the fog itself. It was so still, so silent, I almost didn't realize it was there. But it was. And I knew, without a doubt, that it was waiting for me to make a choice. The figure took a step forward, slow, deliberate, and with each step, the fog seemed to pull back just enough to reveal more of it. At first, I could only see the outline of its form, the long limbs, the hollow shape of its head, a silhouette of something that wasn't quite human. But as it drew closer, I saw the thing that truly made my stomach twist. Its face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin stretched over a skull. The texture of the skin like wet parchment, slick and stretched too tight. But beneath the skin, there were countless tiny, twitching veins like black threads moving just beneath the surface. The figure stepped forward again, and I felt the weight of its presence settle on me. It wasn't just looking at me. It was in me, burrowing deep inside, touching that primal terror I had buried in the depths of my own mind. What do you fear? It didn't speak, but the words reverberated in my head, in my pulse, in my very bones. They weren't questions. They were demands. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my thoughts. This wasn't real. This was another test, another trial. But it wasn't that simple. The creature's presence grew stronger, more real, pressing against the very air around me, squeezing the breath from my chest. Its shape shifted ever so slightly with each step, as though it were molding itself to my thoughts, pulling from the deepest recesses of my mind. What do you fear? I clenched my fists, forcing my pulse to steady, my breath to even. I had faced the darkness before. I had walked through it and emerged on the other side. This was just another manifestation, another illusion. I would not succumb to it. I closed my eyes, feeling the rhythmic pulse of my heartbeat in the dark silence, forcing my thoughts inward. The creature moved closer, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. I could feel its coldness now, like ice, like something that shouldn't belong in the warmth of my own body. The question came again, this time louder, more insistent. What do you fear? And then, like a door opening, I knew. I knew what it was. The fear wasn't just of the creature. It wasn't just of the unknown. It was of me. I had been running from it for so long, avoiding it, suppressing it, refusing to acknowledge it. The fear wasn't of death or pain or loss. It was the fear of becoming nothing. The fear of fading away, of losing everything that defined me, every fragment of self that had clung to me through the years. The fear of being swallowed whole by the swamp, by the darkness, by the silence. The fear of being erased. The creature didn't need to speak, didn't need to ask again. It knew. It was me, the reflection I had avoided. The thing I feared would come to take me, to strip me of everything I had fought to hold on to. I opened my eyes. The creature was closer now, its featureless face inches from mine. The black threads beneath its skin twisted, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I could feel the coldness in my bones, the suffocation in my lungs. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream, but the swamp had already taken my voice. There was only the heartbeat, the rhythm of fear. But then, another pulse, a flicker of light, something stronger than the darkness, stronger than the fear. It was the boy's pulse, faint but unwavering, the steady rhythm I had come to rely on. "Endure," he whispered. "This is not your end. This is your choice." I inhaled sharply, forcing my mind to clear, forcing my pulse to sync with his, aligning with the only truth that remained. I would not let fear define me. I would not be consumed by it. The swamp had taken enough from me already. I would not give in to its grasp now. I stepped forward. Slowly, deliberately, the creature recoiled. Its face, if it could even be called that, twitched. The black veins beneath its skin pulsed erratically, like it wasn't sure what I was doing. "This is my choice," I said, the words finally cutting through the silence. "I choose to endure." The creature shrieked, a sound that reverberated through the swamp, a raw, guttural noise that rattled the very air. But it didn't come closer. Couldn't. I took another step, and the creature's form began to unravel, its presence fading into the fog. The pressure on my chest lifted, the suffocating weight of it vanishing into the ether. The darkness retreated, the silence broken. The path ahead grew clear again, but it felt different. Heavier, more dangerous. The swamp had tested my fear, and I had chosen to face it. But the price was steep, and I knew there was more to come. "You have endured," the boy said, his pulse steady, though far away. "But the swamp will not stop. The cost will always rise. Stay close, stay aligned. The next trial will test you in ways you cannot imagine." I nodded, though my body felt numb, my mind still reeling from the encounter. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, preparing for whatever came next. The swamp had spoken. I had answered. And now the path would lead me deeper. The air had shifted again, heavier now, as if the fog itself was thickening, saturating every inch with something I couldn't quite name. I felt the pressure on my chest, as if the swamp was waiting, watching, breathing with me. My pulse quickened, but I steadied it, grounding myself against the fear gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I had faced loss, seen distorted versions of myself, confronted the darkness of my past. But the very air around me, it felt different. "What comes next?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the fog swallowing it before it could even reach the still air. The boy's pulse was faint, almost inaudible. "The trial of fear," he said, and there was an almost imperceptible tremor in his resonance. "The swamp knows your deepest fear. You will face it." I froze. I didn't need to ask him what he meant. The path ahead seemed to shimmer and bend with anticipation, as if it were alive, pulling at me, wrapping itself tighter around my thoughts. The trial of fear. I could already feel it, deep in my chest, clawing at my ribs, wanting to surface. I had long known that fear was a creature all its own, born from the darkness, from the places we don't let ourselves see. But here, in the mire, it was more than just a shadow or an emotion. It had form, it had shape, it had weight. As if to confirm my thoughts, the ground beneath me quivered, the sound of something massive shifting in the distance. The heart of the swamp pulsed, distant yet unmistakable, a slow thrum beneath the earth, beneath my feet. Then nothing. "What is it?" I asked, my voice ragged now, fear already creeping into my words. "What are we facing?" But the boy's pulse was silent. He did not answer, and the fog grew even thicker, pressing closer, pushing me to move forward. I took a cautious step, and then another. The silence stretched between each step, long and heavy, the air thick with something else, something sharp, something ancient. The swamp wasn't just alive. It was watching, waiting, and in that waiting, it had found a new way to haunt me. Another step, and then it came, the first sound, a whisper so faint, so soft, I almost thought I imagined it. But there it was again, so quiet it could have been a breath, so sharp it cut through my mind. "Don't!" I stopped, pulse quickening, heart stuttering in my chest. It wasn't the sound of a voice. It was more like the feeling of a voice, a pressure, a sensation. It wasn't from anywhere I could pinpoint, but it was everywhere at once. "Don't what?" I whispered, my words lost in the fog. And then, suddenly, the pressure broke. The fog opened, pulling back just enough to reveal a figure. A shadow, tall and slender, its body outlined in the flickering, dim light that only seemed to exist within the fog itself. It was so still, so silent, I almost didn't realize it was there. But it was. And I knew, without a doubt, that it was waiting for me to make a choice. The figure took a step forward, slow, deliberate, and with each step, the fog seemed to pull back just enough to reveal more of it. At first, I could only see the outline of its form, the long limbs, the hollow shape of its head, a silhouette of something that wasn't quite human. But as it drew closer, I saw the thing that truly made my stomach twist. Its face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin stretched over a skull. The texture of the skin like wet parchment, slick and stretched too tight. But beneath the skin, there were countless tiny, twitching veins like black threads moving just beneath the surface. The figure stepped forward again, and I felt the weight of its presence settle on me. It wasn't just looking at me. It was in me, burrowing deep inside, touching that primal terror I had buried in the depths of my own mind. "What do you fear?" It didn't speak, but the words reverberated in my head, in my pulse, in my very bones. They weren't questions. They were demands. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my thoughts. This wasn't real. This was another test, another trial. But it wasn't that simple. The creature's presence grew stronger, more real, pressing against the very air around me, squeezing the breath from my chest. Its shape shifted ever so slightly with each step, as though it were molding itself to my thoughts, pulling from the deepest recesses of my mind. "What do you fear?" I clenched my fists, forcing my pulse to steady, my breath to even. I had faced the darkness before. I had walked through it and emerged on the other side. This was just another manifestation, another illusion. I would not succumb to it. I closed my eyes, feeling the rhythmic pulse of my heartbeat in the dark silence, forcing my thoughts inward. The creature moved closer, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. I could feel its coldness now, like ice, like something that shouldn't belong in the warmth of my own body. The question came again, this time louder, more insistent. "What do you fear?" And then, like a door opening, I knew. I knew what it was. The fear wasn't just of the creature. It wasn't just of the unknown. It was of me. I had been running from it for so long, avoiding it, suppressing it, refusing to acknowledge it. The fear wasn't of death or pain or loss. It was the fear of becoming nothing. The fear of fading away, of losing everything that defined me, every fragment of self that had clung to me through the years. The fear of being swallowed whole by the swamp, by the darkness, by the silence, the fear of being erased. The creature didn't need to speak. It didn't need to ask again. It knew. It was me, the reflection I had avoided, the thing I feared would come to take me, to strip me of everything I had fought to hold on to. I opened my eyes. The creature was closer now, its featureless face inches from mine. The black threads beneath its skin twisted, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I could feel the coldness in my bones, the suffocation in my lungs. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream, but the swamp had already taken my voice. There was only the heartbeat, the rhythm of fear. But then, another pulse, a flicker of light, something stronger than the darkness, stronger than the fear. It was the boy's pulse, faint but unwavering, the steady rhythm I had come to rely on. "Endure," he whispered. "This is not your end. This is your choice." I inhaled sharply, forcing my mind to clear, forcing my pulse to sync with his, aligning with the only truth that remained. I would not let fear define me. I would not be consumed by it. The swamp had taken enough from me already. I would not give in to its grasp now. I stepped forward. Slowly, deliberately, the creature recoiled. Its face, if it could even be called that, twitched. The black veins beneath its skin pulsed erratically, like it wasn't sure what I was doing. "This is my choice," I said, the words finally cutting through the silence. "I choose to endure." The creature shrieked, a sound that reverberated through the swamp, a raw, guttural noise that rattled the very air. But it didn't come closer. Couldn't. I took another step, and the creature's form began to unravel, its presence fading into the fog. The pressure on my chest lifted, the suffocating weight of it vanishing into the ether. The darkness retreated, the silence broken. The path ahead grew clear again, but it felt different. Heavier, more dangerous. The swamp had tested my fear, and I had chosen to face it. But the price was steep, and I knew there was more to come. "You have endured," the boy said, his pulse steady, though far away. "But the swamp will not stop. The cost will always rise. Stay close, stay aligned. The next trial will test you in ways you cannot imagine." I nodded, though my body felt numb, my mind still reeling from the encounter. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, preparing for whatever came next. The swamp had spoken. I had answered, and now the path would lead me deeper. I wasn't sure how long I stood there, alone, in the aftershock of my encounter with the creature of fear. The fog had thickened again, more suffocating now than ever, pressing in on all sides. I could feel the weight of it, the air heavy with unspoken threats, the pulse of the swamp itself a constant, maddening rhythm beneath my feet. The heart of the swamp, deeper than before, throbbed like a living thing, an entity that fed on my every hesitation. But in the wake of the trial, something had changed. The weight of my fear, that cold, suffocating terror that had tried to consume me, had begun to dissipate. It was as if the swamp itself was waiting, drawing back for a moment before it struck again. I knew, without a doubt, that the next trial would not be kind. I took a deep breath, my chest tight but steady. The boy's pulse, faint and distant, seemed to reverberate in the stillness. It was my anchor now, the only constant in this sea of uncertainty. "What comes next?" I asked, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The boy's pulse quickened, then slowed. "The trial of self." The words sent a chill down my spine. The trial of self. What did that even mean? What part of me had I yet to face? I thought I had already encountered my worst fears, my deepest wounds. But now, with those behind me, what else could the swamp twist, manipulate, and use against me? I began walking again, my feet moving more slowly than before. Each step felt heavier, more deliberate. I had faced the past, I had endured fear, but this was different. The fog was shifting, swirling in strange patterns now, like the swamp itself was anticipating my every move, pulling the very ground beneath me into some unknown design. The path ahead blurred and twisted, and soon, the fog parted again. This time, however, it didn't reveal a creature, nor a vision of the past. it revealed something far worse. A mirror. The reflective surface of the mirror stood tall, alone, at the center of the path. The frame was ancient, made of twisted wood, gnarled and blackened by time, the glass cloudy and warped. Felt wrong. The very presence of it disturbed me, as if the swamp had pulled this piece of my world from some deep, forgotten corner of my mind. I stopped a few paces away from it, instinctively recoiling. It was a strange, almost primal reaction. I knew this was part of the trial, but my feet refused to move. Closer. The mirror stood there, still and silent, waiting for me. "Look into it," the boy's pulse said, quieter now, but still insistent. "It will show you what you fear most." I closed my eyes, trying to block out the mirror's call. I had already faced so much, endured the worst of the swamp's tricks. But this was different. The mirror was something more intimate, more personal. It wasn't just a reflection of the swamp's horrors or my fears. It was a reflection of me. The boy's pulse fluttered, a slight tremor in its rhythm, but I could sense his quiet desperation in it. He wanted me to face it. "You have to," he said, the urgency clear in his tone. "There's no way forward without it." I knew he was right. There was no avoiding this. The swamp had a way of drawing out the parts of us that we most wanted to bury, the things we refused to confront. And the mirror, it wasn't just showing me a reflection of myself. It was showing me what the swamp had made of me, what it wanted to make of me. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and forced my eyes open. The moment I gazed into the mirror, the world around me seemed to fade, as if I had stepped into a different space altogether. The fog was gone. The swamp was gone. It was just me and the reflection staring back at me. But it wasn't me. At first, I thought it was, at least in some superficial sense. The figure in the mirror had my face, my body, but everything about it felt wrong. The reflection was too still, too perfect. It was an image of myself, but one that seemed hollow, empty. The eyes staring back at me were glassy, vacant, as if whatever soul had once inhabited them had long since been drained. Then it moved. The reflection's lips twisted into a smile. A slow, chilling curve. It wasn't a smile of joy or amusement, but of something darker, something colder. A smile of victory. The mirror self took a step forward, mimicking my every movement, but with an unnatural grace, too fluid, too deliberate. I stumbled back, but it didn't move. It remained in the same position, eyes locked on mine, the smile still curling at the corners of its mouth. "What is this?" I gasped, though the words felt foreign to me, as if I were not the one speaking. The mirror self tilted its head, the smile widening. "It's you," it said, its voice thick with venom, its tone a mockery of my own. "Everything you've ever been and everything you've ever feared to become. You've always known it. Now you have to face it." My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't just a reflection. This was a version of myself that I had buried, the parts of me that I wouldn't acknowledge. The flaws, the guilt, the shame, the darker impulses I had always fought to suppress. The reflection stepped forward again, and this time I didn't back away. The swamp had already pulled enough from me. I wasn't going to give in to this twisted mockery of myself.
"No," he whispered.
"You're not me." But the reflection only laughed, a low, hollow sound that echoed in my mind. "I am every part of you that you refuse to face. I am the anger, the doubt, the fear. I am the self you can never escape." The words cut deep, a jagged edge to each syllable. The thing in the mirror was right. I had run from myself for so long, from my failures, from the parts of me that I couldn't control, the pieces I couldn't fix. I had locked them away, hidden them behind the walls I'd built, walls of denial, of self-preservation. But now, in this moment, I had no choice. The swamp was forcing me to confront it, to see myself for what I truly was, not the image I had created in my mind, but the whole unvarnished truth. The reflection reached out, its hand slipping through the surface of the mirror, as if the glass were nothing more than smoke. I flinched, but it didn't matter. Its hand grasped my arm, its fingers ice cold against my skin. The chill radiated up my body, like the touch of death itself. "You can't escape me," it hissed. "I've always been here." I felt its grip tightening, my heart racing as I struggled to free myself. The reflection's face drew closer, its hollow eyes burning into mine. I wanted to scream, to fight, but there was something in me that knew I couldn't run anymore. There was no escaping this. The swamp wasn't going to let me. This was the trial of self. "Face it," the boy's pulse said softly, just above the roar of my heart. "You have to." I closed my eyes, drawing in a sharp breath. The reflection's grip was unyielding, its presence consuming, but in that moment, I knew something else. The swamp had twisted the truth, but the truth itself wasn't my fear, my guilt, or my shame. The truth was that I had the power to choose, to accept those parts of me, to acknowledge them without letting them define me. I opened my eyes again, meeting the reflection's gaze. The smile that had once twisted its lips faltered, and for the first time, I saw doubt in its eyes. "I am not you," I said, my voice steady, stronger than before. "I choose to face all of me, the parts one fear, the parts I've hidden. But I will not be consumed by you." The reflection hesitated, and in that brief moment, I pulled away. I stepped back, out of the mirror's reach, and the grip loosened. The figure in the mirror shrieked, a low, guttural sound, and in a flash, the entire reflection shattered. I staggered back, breathing heavily, but my pulse steadied. The fog had shifted again, pulling away as the path ahead grew clearer. The mirror was gone, but the weight of what I had faced, what I had finally acknowledged, lingered. I had faced myself, confronted the darkness inside me, and walked away from it. But I knew this was far from over. The swamp had more to take from me, and with each trial the price would grow. The boy's pulse fluttered, still distant, but there was something more in it now, something approving. "You've passed," he said, and I could feel the faintest flicker of warmth in his tone. "But the path is far from finished. Stay strong. There is more to come." I nodded, though my thoughts were still reeling. The trial of self was behind me, but the deeper I went, the more I felt the pull of the swamp. Something darker still awaited, and I wasn't sure how much of myself I could lose before I became something else entirely. The silence that followed the shattering of the mirror felt wrong. It wasn't just quiet. It was empty, like the swamp had devoured even the sound of the wind. The fog lingered, thick and suffocating, but it felt like a wall pressing in from all sides. The path before me had opened again, but it seemed different now. Darker, unfamiliar. My breath was heavy, ragged. As I stepped forward, each footfall muffled by the dense air. The boy's pulse had returned to a steady rhythm, but it felt distant, far away, like a heartbeat heard through thick glass. I strained my ears, trying to catch the faint pulse that was the only sign of him, but the sound of my own heart thrumming in my chest drowned out everything else. Something in the air had shifted. I continued walking, my body moving on autopilot now, driven by some instinct I couldn't quite name. The swamp seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of me, the path winding and twisting like a serpentine riddle. And though I had faced fear, loss, and even the twisted reflection of myself, I couldn't shake the sense that something far worse waited just beyond the next curve in the road. I had already faced the creature of fear, the trial of self, but the swamp wasn't finished with me. I could feel it, the pulse of the swamp's hunger, gnawing at the edges of my mind, always pushing, always testing. I was just beginning to accept that I wasn't walking through this place alone. The boy's pulse quickened suddenly, a sharp flutter in the steady beat, and my heart skipped in response. "It's coming," he said, his voice sharp and tense. "Get ready." I wasn't sure what he meant. What could be worse than what I had already faced? But the air around me seemed to thicken, grow heavier. The mist swirled in eerie patterns, like it was watching, waiting for something. I could feel the temperature dropping, the chill creeping through the cracks of my mind. Then movement. At first, it was a flash, a shadow in the corner of my vision. But as I turned my head, it was gone, swallowed by the fog. I paused, my body tensing, every nerve on high alert. There was something in the mist now, something that didn't belong. I could feel its presence like a weight pressing against my chest, suffocating, relentless. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, fearing that if I spoke too loudly, whatever it was would hear me. The boy's pulse was faster now, more erratic. "Don't let it see you. Don't let it know you're afraid." I nodded, even though I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Fear had always been a guide, a warning. But this was different. The fear wasn't something I could outrun. It was something that would find me, no matter where I hid. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses straining. I couldn't hear anything over the pounding of my own blood in my ears. No sounds, no whispers, just the oppressive silence of the swamp. Another flicker of movement. This time I didn't blink. I focused, my eyes scanning the fog. And there it was again. A silhouette, tall and thin, moving just beyond the mist. It seemed to shimmer in the dim light, its form twisting and warping as it drifted in and out of sight. For a moment I thought I saw eyes. Dark, hollow, empty, just like the creature I had faced before. But these eyes were different. They were wrong, not just lifeless, but unnatural. I froze, instinct telling me to remain still, to not make a sound. Whatever it was, I couldn't let it know I was here. But it was too late. The shape stopped, then turned toward me, as if it had known exactly where I was, as if it had been waiting for me to notice it. The fog swirled around it like a shroud, wrapping around its form, twisting the air into a living, breathing thing. The figure took a step forward and then another, and with each step, I could feel my pulse quicken, my breath catching in my throat. It was moving toward me deliberately with purpose. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my body from trembling. This wasn't just fear. This was something deeper, something that gnawed at the edges of my sanity, making the world around me feel wrong. Like the very ground I stood on wasn't real. Like I wasn't real. "It's coming." The boy's voice was almost drowned out by the pounding of my heart, but I could still hear the urgency in his tone. "You have to face it. You can't outrun it." My mind raced. What was it? What did the swamp want from me this time? The figure took another step, and with it the fog thickened. The air became heavier, the very fabric of reality twisting with each passing second. It was as if the swamp was reaching into my mind, pulling out the parts of me I had hidden the most, the parts one wasn't ready to face. And yet, I could feel the edges of something new forming in the fog, something darker, something alive. The figure stopped again, its shape shifting, morphing. I blinked. For a split second, it was no longer just a figure in the mist. It was me, a twisted reflection of myself. My face, but pale and distorted, the eyes empty, hollowed out. I could see it so clearly, even though it was just a blur of shadows and fog. But I felt it, deep inside me, the way it twisted my sense of self, the way it pulled on my memories and my fear. It was me, but it wasn't. "It's not real," I whispered to myself. But the words didn't feel like my own. They felt hollow, disconnected. And with that, the figure smiled. The smile stretched unnaturally wide, its lips pulling back to reveal rows of jagged, broken teeth. A grin that wasn't a grin at all, but a gaping maw of darkness, ready to swallow everything. I stumbled back, my heart hammering, my vision blurring. Was it the swamp? Was it me? The fog twisted, bending in on itself, warping the very air around me. And in the distance, I heard the sound of something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate. But they weren't mine. They were behind me. I turned. Nothing. Just the swirling fog. But the sound, it was closer now. I whirled back toward the figure. It was closer now, its distorted, grinning face just inches from mine, the hollow eyes empty and unblinking. It knew me. It had always known me. "What do you want?" My voice cracked as I forced the words out. The figure didn't answer. It didn't need to. It was the answer. It was me, the reflection of the self I feared becoming. The thing I refused to acknowledge, locked away in the darkest corners of my mind. The part of me that I had buried in the past, buried under the weight of my own guilt and regrets. The fog began to close in around me, the edges of the world growing darker, more uncertain. I could feel the pressure building, the walls closing in. I had faced the creature of fear. I had faced the trial of self. But this was different. This wasn't just a test. This was the swamp itself, twisting my reality, pulling me apart piece by piece. The figure's lips curled again, widening into that terrifying smile. And for the first time, I understood what it wanted. It wanted me to break. The figure's smile stretched wider. The fog seemed to ripple around it, bending, distorting, like the air itself was reacting to the thing before me. Its hollow eyes bored into mine, its mouth a jagged abyss of teeth. I stood frozen, my heart hammering in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to run, to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The swamp had already surrounded me, closed me in. I had faced so much, endured more horrors than I cared to remember. But this thing before me was different. It was me, but not the me I knew, not the version of myself I had carried through the trials. This was the me I had buried, the me I had tried to forget. The grin twisted further, pulling my attention deeper into its darkness. My breath quickened. I could feel the cold sweat creeping down my spine, the fear creeping up my throat. The swamp had already twisted the world around me, bent reality until I could no longer tell where the mist ended and I began. "You're not real," I whispered, but the words felt weak, fragile, hollow like the echo of my own thoughts. The figure didn't respond, of course. It didn't need to. It wasn't alive in any conventional sense. It was a reflection, a manifestation of everything I had hidden away. A version of me that was alive only because I was too afraid to face it. I took a step back, then another, the fog parting around me like the tendrils of some invisible beast. But no matter how many steps I took, the figure remained, just out of reach, its eyes locked onto mine, its smile growing wider and wider, pulling the very light from the swamp around us. "You can't escape me," it said, and its voice was mine, though twisted, slurred with malice. The words echoed inside my skull, reverberating through every nerve in my body. "You are me. There's no running. You can't outrun yourself." I closed my eyes, desperate for some relief, some escape from the crushing weight of its presence. But the fog didn't help. The mist only grew thicker, pressing in tighter, until the air around me felt suffocating. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. I was drowning in the darkness, in the weight of everything I had avoided. "I am you." The words weren't just spoken. They pressed against me, an unbearable pressure inside my chest. I could feel the weight of all my regrets, my fears, the things I had done and the things I had not done. All of it was closing in on me, dragging me deeper into the mire of my own thoughts. I tried to speak, to shout back, to push away the crushing weight of this creature, this thing that was me. But the words died in my throat. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. It reached toward me, its hands impossibly long, its fingers sharp and skeletal. They hovered just inches from my face, the tips curling toward my skin with a slow, deliberate slowness, like the fingers of some long-dead creature trying to grasp the last remnants of life. "You can't hide from yourself." The figure's touch was cold, colder than anything I had felt in the swamp before. It reached out, grazing my skin, and the sensation was enough to send a shock of icy terror through my body. My vision blurred as the fog pressed in tighter, the ground beneath my feet shifting like quicksand. In that moment, something inside me broke. The fear, the terror of facing what I had hidden so deep inside me, snapped something in my mind. The world around me shattered. The fog no longer felt like mist. It felt like something else, something alive. The very swamp was twisting, distorting, its pulse syncing with mine. "You are nothing." The words came again, like an invasive parasite burrowing deep inside me. And for a moment I believed them. I was nothing. I had nothing. Everything I had once believed was mine. My identity, my purpose, my sense of self was slipping away, dissolving into the fog. And then, in that moment of pure emptiness, a strange clarity washed over me. It wasn't the clarity of peace, nor of resolution. It was a horrifying realization. The swamp wasn't just tormenting me, it was undoing me. It was taking apart every part of me, layer by layer, until nothing was left. Until I was nothing. You are nothing but a shadow, a memory. I could feel the weight of the words sink deep, as if they were clawing their way into my very soul, erasing everything that had once defined me. I reached for something, anything, but my hands passed through the fog, through the emptiness, like it wasn't even there. You are nothing but fear. And in that moment, I felt the deepest, most suffocating kind of fear. Not the kind that came from facing the unknown. Not the kind that rose in the face of a terrifying creature. No, this fear was deeper, more primal. It was the fear of losing myself, of ceasing to exist. The figure in front of me, the twisted reflection of everything I had been, moved closer, its hands stretching toward me, its eyes still locked onto mine, unblinking. It knew what I feared most. It had been with me all along. You have always been afraid of this, it hissed. You've been running from yourself your whole life. But now there is nowhere to run. The words dug into me like knives, each syllable a jagged wound. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't fight it because it wasn't something I could fight. It wasn't some external beast or creature that could be driven away with strength or courage. This was me. This was my own mind, my own soul turning against me. Face me. The words hung in the air like a command, a demand, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. Couldn't fight, couldn't run. The ground beneath my feet seemed to warp and twist as the swamp itself seemed to fold inward. The fog pressed tighter. The figure reached out, its skeletal hand brushing against my cheek, cold as death. And then, everything stopped. The weight, the pressure, the crushing fear, all of it, stilled for a moment. I wasn't sure if it was because of me or because of something else. But the silence that followed was almost louder than the noise had been. For the first time I felt calm, not peaceful, not at ease, but something else entirely, something darker. I had been afraid of losing myself, of being nothing. But now, I understood that the swamp wasn't going to erase me. It was going to remake me. The fog wasn't trying to drown me. It was trying to shape me. And in that quiet, sickening realization, I understood the swamp's true trial. It wasn't about surviving. It wasn't even about confronting fear. It was about becoming something new, something that didn't fear the darkness, something that could live in the space between what was real and what wasn't. And that was a fear I hadn't known existed. The reflection before me began to shift. The smile faltered, then faded, its eyes no longer locked on mine but drifting to the side, as if it was leaving, but not the way it had before. This time it felt different, like it was no longer the one in control. The swamp was testing me, but more than that, it was trying to make me. The reflection faded, but the feeling of it lingered. I stood there, frozen in place, my heart still hammering in my chest. The fog had thickened again, the oppressive air filling my lungs with each breath. My pulse was erratic, my body trembling as if it had never fully recovered from the weight of the creature, from the pressure of the trial I had just faced. But something had shifted within me. The reflection was gone, yes, but it had left something behind. An echo, a residue that gnawed at the edges of my mind. It wasn't enough to break me, but it was enough to make me question everything. The boy's pulse, once steady and rhythmic, was now frenzied, desperate. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice trembling, though I knew he wasn't afraid of the same thing I was. His fear was something different, something deeper, older, and more entwined with the swamp itself. I couldn't answer him right away. How could I? How could I put into words the feeling that had ripped through me? How could I explain the way the swamp had molded me, reshaped the very fabric of my soul? How could I explain the part of me that had been lost, the one I feared I would never find again? "It was me," I finally said. my voice sounding distant even to myself. It was a version of me, but twisted, hollow. I paused, feeling the weight of my own words settle like lead in my stomach. I could still feel it, the thing inside me, waiting just beneath the surface, its fingers pressing against my soul, pulling at the very core of who I was. The boy was silent for a moment, and I could feel him watching me, his heartbeat still quickening with uncertainty. "You're stronger than you think," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But you need to keep moving. It's not over." I nodded, but even as I did, I wasn't sure if I believed him. Was I stronger? Or had I already begun to lose myself? I didn't have time to dwell on the question. The swamp was shifting again, pulling me deeper into its maze of fog and darkness. The air was thick now, cloying, like the very earth beneath me was alive, breathing. The pulse of the swamp, that low, resonating hum, was louder now, closer. I could feel it thrumming through the ground, through the bones of the earth, vibrating in my chest. And I could feel it watching me. The deeper I went, the more I felt the pull of something, some presence, lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to step too far, to slip into the wrong place. The fog, which had once felt like a veil of comfort, now felt like a shroud, suffocating me, hiding me from everything and nothing at once. I took another step forward, then another, each one slower than the last. The trail was narrowing now, the path winding tighter, the mist thickening as if the swamp itself was closing in on me. I could feel the ground beneath my feet shift with each movement, the earth softening, becoming treacherous, like it was trying to swallow me whole. "It's not over," the boy had said, and I knew deep down that he was right. I wasn't finished yet. The trials weren't done. The swamp hadn't let me go. The pulse of the swamp grew louder, more insistent, filling the air with its deep, throbbing hum. And then, I heard it, barely a whisper at first, just the faintest of sounds, but it grew louder with each passing second. A heartbeat. It was coming from all around me, surrounding me, filling the air. But this was no ordinary heartbeat. It was ancient. It was deep, primal, a sound older than the swamp itself. I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes wide, my heart leaping into my throat. I could feel the air growing heavier around me, pressing in on my chest, my lungs struggling to draw in air. The sound, the heartbeat, was coming from beneath the ground, as if the swamp itself was alive, pulsing beneath my feet. The fog parted for a moment, just enough for me to see a faint shape in the distance. At first, I thought it was just another trick of the mist, but as I focused, it became clearer. Something was moving through the fog. Something massive. My pulse quickened. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel it. Its presence was like a shadow stretching across the very air, its weight pressing down on me, suffocating. I could feel the ground beneath me trembling, vibrating with each step it took. It was close now, so close I could feel its breath in the very air I was breathing. I took another step back, then another, but it was useless. The thing was moving toward me, and there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. The heartbeat was deafening now, a constant, relentless rhythm that filled the entire swamp. I could feel the pulse vibrating through the air, through my own skin, as if the entire world had been reduced to this one sound, this one pulse. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely more than a hoarse whisper. The boy's heartbeat was frantic now, faster than ever. "It's coming for you. Don't look at it. Don't let it see you." I wanted to scream, but the words were trapped in my throat. The air felt too thick, too heavy. My body was frozen in place, my mind racing for some kind of answer, some kind of way to fight back. But the fog was closing in again, wrapping around me like a vice. The creature, whatever it was still moving toward me, its presence growing stronger, more suffocating. And then I saw it, a shadow. It was huge, towering over me, its shape indistinct, as if it was made of the very mist that surrounded us. But I could feel it. I could feel its weight in the air. Its eyes, if they were eyes at all, glowed faintly through the fog, an eerie, unblinking red. The heartbeat thudded in my chest, in my head, in every part of me. And then it spoke. You have come far. Its voice was low, a rumble that seemed to come from the very earth beneath me. But you are not yet ready, not yet worthy. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. The fear, the panic, it was overwhelming. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. I have watched you. The voice continued, its tone almost like a low growl, vibrating through my bones. I have seen every step you've taken, every choice you've made, but you are not yet ready. I felt something shift inside me, something cold and distant, a deep, unsettling truth that I had never been willing to acknowledge. The swamp wasn't just testing me. It wasn't just showing me my fears. It was judging me. The creature stepped closer, and the ground beneath me cracked, splitting open with a deep, rumbling sound. The air thickened with something darker, something primal. The heartbeat grew louder, and I could feel it pounding in my chest, faster, harder, until it was the only sound left. You will be tested further. If you survive, you may be worthy. The creature's voice rumbled again, sending chills down my spine. And then the fog closed in, swallowing the creature, swallowing everything. For a moment, I was alone again, but I knew it wasn't over. The trial was far from finished. And the creature had only just begun to show me what the swamp was truly capable of. The fog lingered in the air like a dense, oppressive fog, swallowing the space around me as if it were trying to hide something darker, something that knew the secrets of this place. The heartbeat was still there, reverberating through the ground beneath my feet, but it was quieter now, as if it had retreated just beyond the veil of the mist. I stood frozen for a long moment, my breath coming in shallow gasps, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The creature that had spoken to me, its voice so deep it felt like the earth itself was speaking, had disappeared into the fog. But its words echoed in my mind, filling my thoughts, distorting everything I had known. You are not yet ready, not yet worthy. Those words were still ringing in my ears, louder than the heartbeat, louder than the swamp itself. My heart raced, and I could feel the weight of the swamp pressing down on me like a vice, its suffocating grip pulling at the very core of my being. Was I ready? What did that creature mean? And what kind of test was still waiting for me? I couldn't shake the feeling that the swamp was no longer just an environment. It wasn't just a place I was walking through. It was alive. The fog seemed to part just slightly, as if offering me a glimpse into something ahead. Path. Or maybe it was just my imagination, playing tricks on me again. You will be tested further. The words echoed, repeating themselves inside my head. Was the creature still speaking? Or was it the swamp itself, its very pulse growing louder as I drew closer to whatever lay ahead? I didn't know, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. I had no idea what was real anymore. The boy's heartbeat was faint now, but still steady, his presence just a whisper in the back of my mind. Keep moving, he urged. You can't stop. Don't stop. I didn't want to stop. Part of me knew that if I stopped, if I let myself rest, the fog would swallow me whole. But another part, the part that had faced so many horrors already, was tired. So tired. Every step felt heavier than the last. My body ached, and my mind was starting to fray at the edges. I pushed those thoughts away. I couldn't afford to let them take root. I moved forward, slowly, cautiously, my eyes scanning the thick fog, waiting for the next trial, the next creature, the next thing that would come for me. Every corner, every turn of the path felt like a trap. Every shadow seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. But there was nothing. The fog twisted and writhed, but there was no shape, no movement. I felt an unsettling sense of anticipation building inside me. It was as if the swamp was waiting, watching, waiting for me to make the next move. And then, the ground beneath me shifted. I felt it before I saw it. The earth trembled, the pulse of the swamp quickening, the mist swirling violently around me. I stumbled, barely catching my footing, and before I could steady myself, the ground split open with a deafening crack. The sound was like a thunderclap in the otherwise silent swamp, and it sent a jolt of panic through me. I barely had time to react as the earth began to collapse beneath my feet, the ground crumbling away, leaving me teetering on the edge of a gaping chasm. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest, but the fog closed in, thick and suffocating, making it nearly impossible to see anything more than a few feet ahead. The chasm had opened in an instant, and now it was a yawning abyss, stretching endlessly in front of me. Was it another test? The thought burned in my mind, but I pushed it aside. The fog had to be hiding something, something that was watching me, something waiting. I stepped back, moving slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert, waiting for the next shift, the next tremor in the earth. And then I heard it, a sound, a low, guttural growl that echoed from deep within the chasm, vibrating through the air like the growl of some ancient, predatory beast. The sound sent a chill through my spine, a cold that reached into the marrow of my bones. I froze, unable to move, unable to think. The growl grew louder, closer, and then, from the darkness below, I saw it. A shape, massive and writhing, twisting in the fog. It was like nothing I had ever seen before. A colossal serpentine shape, its body coiling in on itself like a monstrous serpent, but with too many limbs, too many eyes. Its skin was slick and shiny, like the surface of the swamp itself, black and reflective, twisting with every movement. It slithered out of the chasm, its enormous head rising up, its countless eyes locking onto me with a terrible, unblinking gaze. The growl turned into a hiss, a sound that felt like it was tearing through my very soul. It was coming for me, and I was standing too close to the edge. I scrambled back, my breath catching in my throat. But the chasm was still there, and the beast was emerging from the depths, its body undulating, its claws scraping against the rock, tearing into the earth as it pulled itself upward. I had no time to think, no time to make a decision. The beast's eyes were fixed on me, its mouth, if it could even be called that, parting to reveal rows upon rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. Its body seemed to stretch impossibly long, like it was made of the very darkness itself, coiling and uncoiling with each movement. The ground beneath me shook again, and I realized, in a moment of pure terror, that the creature wasn't just coming toward me. It was coming through the swamp itself. It was part of it, woven into its very fabric. The heartbeat, the pulse of the swamp, was its own. The creature was the swamp, and it had come to claim me. I turned, desperate to escape, but the fog was suffocating. I could barely see my own hand in front of my face. I didn't know which way to run. I didn't know if running would even matter. The creature let out a deafening screech, its maw opening wide, its eyes glowing brighter, more intense, as if the very fog around me was being pulled into its depths. And then I heard the boy's voice, a faint whisper in the back of my mind. You must face it. You must fight it. It is part of you, and you must face it to survive. I didn't understand. How could I fight that? How could I fight something so immense, so alive? But in that moment, as the ground trembled beneath me and the creature drew closer, I knew one thing. I had no choice. I had come too far to turn back. Couldn't run. Not anymore. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and for a brief moment, I couldn't move. It wasn't just the overwhelming size or the gnashing teeth. It was the presence of it, the way it seemed to fill the very air with an unspoken weight. Its gaze pierced through me, into me, as if it were looking straight through my bones and into the marrow of my soul. I stood there, frozen, paralyzed by the sheer enormity of it. Its body slithered, coiling in and out of the fog, dragging the thick mist with it as though the swamp itself were alive. Alive in a way that defied everything I had known. The serpent-like body stretched impossibly long, its scales rippling like liquid blackness, a reflection of the swamp's depths. I could hear the heartbeat again, slow and deep, but this time it wasn't just in the ground. It was in my chest too, pulsing with every beat. The creature's growl vibrated in the air, sending a shiver through my entire body, like I was caught in the resonance of something far older than myself. Face me, it hissed, its voice not one of a creature, but of the swamp itself. The ground trembled with the force of its words, the pulse of the swamp thrumming against my chest like a suffocating weight. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn and flee, to do anything to escape the suffocating grip of this nightmare. But I couldn't. Every part of me was rooted in place. My limbs felt heavy, my breath shallow, my mind spinning with confusion. The boy's heartbeat was frantic now, a steady rhythm of fear. "You can't outrun it," he said, though his voice was distant, drowned by the roar of the creature. "You've come too far." The weight of those words hit me harder than I expected. I had come too far. There was no turning back. The swamp had already claimed too much of me. The things I had seen, the things I had done, they had already woven themselves into the very fabric of who I was. The swamp knew me and I knew it. The creature was right. I had to face it. I swallowed, forcing my shaking limbs to move, though every instinct screamed at me to run. I stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath my feet. The creature's glowing eyes followed my every movement, its body shifting, coiling. A serpent with too many limbs, too many eyes, like something that had never existed in nature at all. The air around me thickened. The pulse of the swamp grew louder, almost deafening. The heartbeat was no longer just a sound. It was a presence, pressing against my chest, pressing against my thoughts. "You are not ready," the creature intoned, its voice deep and resonant, filling the space around me. "You have not earned your place." I didn't understand. I had come this far. I had survived the things the swamp had thrown at me. The reflection, the trials, the terror. What more could it want from me? The creature's jaws parted, revealing rows of teeth that seemed to stretch impossibly far back into its gaping maw. It let out a low hiss, like a warning, its massive body curling toward me, the blackness of its scales reflecting the fog. "You are part of this swamp. It breathes within you. You have always belonged to it. But you cannot leave until you have embraced the darkness within you." The words were a weight, settling deep inside my chest. Something shifted in me at that moment. The idea that the swamp wasn't just testing me, it was claiming me, hit me like a cold shock. The fog, the creatures, the twisted reflections, the endless heartbeat. It had all been leading to this. It wasn't about survival anymore. It was about surrender. I closed my eyes, fighting to keep my breath steady, to ignore the rising panic that clawed at my throat. The creature's presence was suffocating, an ever-encroaching shadow, pressing against me from all sides. It was like the swamp itself was breathing through me, its pulse syncing with mine. And then, just as I thought I might suffocate, I heard it again. "You have always been part of me." The ground beneath me cracked again, and I stumbled, feeling a deep, pulsing thrum beneath my feet. It wasn't just the creature. It was everything. The swamp was alive, alive in ways I hadn't understood before. I could feel the pulse of it, not just through the ground, but in my blood. It was in my veins, in my bones, deep inside me, like it had been there all along, waiting. I opened my eyes. The creature loomed before me, its massive head inches from my own, its 1,000 eyes glittering with hunger, with something far more ancient than I could comprehend. "Look at me," it growled, and for a moment, the fog cleared, just a little. I saw myself reflected in its eyes. Not the me I had been before, not the survivor, not the one who had walked through the trials. No, this was something else. A darker version of myself, twisted and broken, shaped by the very fear I had run from. It was me, but not me. A part of me I had buried, forgotten, hoped never to see again. The part of me that had been consumed by fear, by darkness. The part that had always been afraid of the swamp. "You fear me," the creature's voice rumbled, vibrating through the ground. "But it is not I who you fear. It is you." I staggered back, my breath coming in gasps, as the creature's words sank in. The fear had never been about the swamp or the creatures within it. It had never been about the darkness outside. It had always been about the darkness inside me. I clenched my fists, my body trembling with the weight of that realization. The creature's form shifted, its massive body undulating in the fog, its eyes never leaving mine. Face it. Embrace it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But something inside me, something deep, something old, was rising. The swamp had already claimed me. The creature was right. I couldn't outrun it. I couldn't escape it. It was part of me. The heartbeat grew louder, the pulse of the swamp blurring with my own. I could feel it now, the darkness that had always been there, buried deep within me. The creature was no longer just the swamp. It was me, reflected in its eyes, a twisted version of what I feared I could become. And in that moment I knew the truth. I wasn't just facing the swamp. I was facing myself. The creature reared back, its head rising higher into the fog, its eyes narrowing in what almost seemed like satisfaction. The air around me thickened, the mist growing darker, suffocating. The weight of the swamp was pressing down on me, harder than ever. "You are not ready." The words echoed in my mind, but they didn't feel like a warning anymore. They felt like a promise. I had never felt anything like this before. This weight, this presence. The fog seemed to close in tighter around me, the mist choking the air. Every breath felt harder to take, as if the swamp itself were swallowing me whole. My pulse thrummed with the heartbeat of the swamp, the rhythm too deep, too old, and it was no longer just an external thing. It was inside me, like it had always been, wrapped around my thoughts, tangled in my blood. The creature's eyes were still locked on mine, glowing faintly, like two unblinking suns in the darkness. Its body coiled through the fog, an endless, writhing mass of shadow and scales, too vast to fully comprehend. The air hummed with the ancient energy it radiated, a presence that was older than any fear, older than any dream. "Embrace it," the creature hissed again, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "Embrace what you are." I staggered back, my body trembling. I didn't understand. How could I? How could I embrace this? The creature, the swamp, the darkness that was so thick it felt like it was closing in on my very mind. I had come this far, survived the trials, survived the fear, but this was different. This was something far worse than anything I had imagined. The creature's form shifted in the fog, its body undulating like it was woven from the very mist itself. The pulse of the swamp grew louder, vibrating in the air, in my chest. The heartbeat was no longer just a sound. It was a force pressing against me, closing in on me, suffocating. "You are not ready?" it repeated, the words now a soft, dark murmur that echoed through the mist. "You are not ready for what lies ahead." I could feel it then, the weight of its words, the gravity of its judgment. I had been walking this path for so long, facing creature after creature, fear after fear. But this wasn't about surviving anymore. This wasn't about making it through another trial. It was about becoming something. Something that the swamp, that this creature already knew me to be. My body trembled harder, the weight of its gaze pressing down on me. And I understood, suddenly, with a clarity that terrified me, what it wanted from me. It wanted me to surrender, to stop fighting, to stop running from the truth that had always been there, buried beneath the surface of every trial, every step I had taken. I swallowed, my throat dry. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat resonating in my skull. I felt like I was drowning, and the only thing that could save me was to give in, to stop resisting. I didn't know how much longer I could keep going. Every part of me wanted to fall to my knees, to collapse under the weight of the creature's gaze, under the weight of the swamp itself. But somewhere, buried deep in the pit of my stomach, there was a spark, a flicker of defiance. No, the word was barely a whisper, but it felt like the first true breath I had taken since this nightmare began. "No," I repeated, louder this time. The fog swirled around me, the creature's massive form shifting in the mist, its hundreds of eyes narrowing at me, its body coiling in preparation for the strike. "No," I said again, as if the word were a shield I could use to protect myself. "I won't let you consume me. I won't become part of this." For a moment there was silence. The fog stilled. The creature paused, its eyes fixed on me. I could feel the weight of its presence, the ancient, dark energy that swirled around us, pressing in on me like a storm cloud, but I stood firm. I wasn't sure where the strength came from. I didn't know if it was defiance or sheer terror, but something inside me fought back. I could feel the darkness in the depths of my mind, the terror that had always been a part of me, the part of me that had once been afraid to face the swamp, to face the creature, to face myself. I had been running from it, hiding from it, pretending that I could outrun it, but the truth was staring me in the face now. The swamp wasn't just trying to kill me, it was trying to reveal me. It had always been me in its darkest form. "You cannot escape me," the creature rumbled, its voice so deep it reverberated through the ground, shaking my bones. "You are part of this place as much as I am. You will never leave unless you accept what you are." The creature's form loomed closer, its head descending toward mine, its mouth opening wide to reveal the jagged rows of teeth. Could see it now, the maw of the abyss, the place where fear and death and darkness all came together in one terrifying hole. But I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. I stepped forward, my legs shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. I had come too far to turn back. I couldn't allow myself to be consumed by this darkness. The creature opened its mouth wider, its breath hot and fetid against my skin, but I didn't flinch. The swamp, the creature, it was a part of me, but I didn't have to become it. I didn't have to embrace its darkness. I lifted my hand, shaking but resolute, and placed it against the thick fog that surrounded me, pushing through it. The mist parted, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of light in the distance, a hint of clarity in the overwhelming gloom. It was only a flash, but it was enough. I could still make it out. The creature let out a screech, its voice a violent wind that tore through the air, its body writhing in frustration. I could feel the pulse of the swamp intensify, the heartbeat growing louder, as if it were trying to drown me in its endless rhythm. But I didn't stop. I didn't falter. "You are mine," the creature growled, its voice turning into a roar. "You will be consumed. You will be part of me." But I had already made my decision. I stepped back, deeper into the fog, and as I did, I felt the weight of the creature's gaze lift. The pulse of the swamp, the heartbeat that had once threatened to consume me, softened, fading into the background. The darkness around me seemed to recede, and in that moment, I knew I had taken the first step toward leaving. The fog parted again, and in the distance, I saw a path. A real path. A way out. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The swamp had claimed me, but I had claimed it too. The path ahead of me was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the crushing weight of the mist, but it was there. The fog had parted just enough to reveal a flicker of light ahead, flickering like a far-off star struggling to be seen in the eternal night. A path, narrow and barely visible, wound through the undergrowth, disappearing into the blackness beyond. I had no illusions about my victory. The swamp still thrummed beneath my feet, its pulse still beating through my chest like an unshakable presence. The creature hadn't disappeared. It was still there, somewhere watching me, waiting for me to falter. But I had made my choice. I wasn't going to let it claim me, not without a fight. Each step I took was slow, deliberate, my heart pounding with the weight of what I had just faced. The fog closed in around me, almost as if it were trying to swallow the path I had just discovered. The mist seemed to move, shift in a way that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the swamp's breath. It was something more, something watching. My thoughts raced. The swamp had a way of getting under your skin, of distorting reality. Every corner I turned, every shadow I passed, made my pulse quicken. There was still something here, something other, something lurking in the deep, watching me even now. Was I being hunted? I had to keep moving. I had to keep the darkness behind me. The path wound between twisted trees that seemed to bend toward me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. Every leaf was coated in a fine sheen of wetness. Every step I took seemed to leave a deep impression in the mud. The sound of my own breath felt too loud in the silence, as if the swamp itself were listening to every sound I made. tracking me, marking me. I could still feel it, the heartbeat. The deep pulse that had once been so overwhelming was quieter now, but it wasn't gone. It wasn't silent. The creature's presence was still with me, embedded in the very fabric of the swamp. It was like a shadow at the edge of my vision, an echo in the air. I didn't look back, but the longer I walked, the more I began to wonder. What was I running from? Really? What if the swamp was right? The words that the creature had spoken echoed in my mind. You will never leave unless you accept what you are. What did that mean? Did it mean that the swamp's darkness, that shadow I had fought so hard against, was a part of me? Could I truly leave it behind? Or was this all just another delusion? Another part of the swamp's cruel game? The thought gnawed at me, and I had to push it away. I couldn't afford to doubt myself now. Not when the path was still in front of me. Not when the mist was still thick with danger. A sudden noise broke through the fog. A snap, sharp and jagged, like a twig breaking underfoot. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My heart thundered in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time, a slow, deliberate crunching, as if someone was stalking me. I swallowed hard, my hand instinctively reaching for the blade at my side, though I knew it would do little to stop whatever was out there. The fog was too thick. The swamp was too silent. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it until it was almost on top of me. The sound came again. Another step. Another slow, methodical crunch, closer now. I could feel my pulse racing, could feel the air around me thickening, pressing against my chest. I turned, but the fog had swallowed the path behind me. There was no going back now. Whatever it was out there had me in its sights, and there was no escaping it. I forced myself to move forward, my legs stiff and unsteady, my grip on my weapon tight. The crunching sound continued, getting closer, moving with the same rhythm as the heartbeat of the swamp. It was a slow, calculated advance, like a predator toying with its prey. Then, from out of the mist, it emerged, a figure tall and thin, stepping out of the fog like a ghost. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or the fog. But no, this was real. The figure's silhouette was humanoid, though the proportions were wrong. Too long, too thin. It moved with an eerie, unnatural grace, its arms stretching too far down its sides, its head tilted to the side like it was studying me. I didn't move. I couldn't move. The figure's face was shrouded by the mist, but I could feel its eyes on me. Two pits of darkness where there should have been eyes. I didn't see them, but I felt them, like invisible tendrils wrapping around me, pulling me into the creature's gaze. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. The silence between us was suffocating, like the very air held its breath. Then, the figure stepped forward, its feet barely making a sound as it moved toward me, fluid and deliberate. I stepped back, every instinct telling me to run, to fight, to do something, anything, but I stood rooted in place. The fear that gripped me now wasn't just from the creature. It wasn't just from the swamp. It was something else. Something deep inside me. Something I had buried and forgotten, clawing its way to the surface. The figure reached out with one long, thin arm. It moved so slowly that I could almost feel the passing of time, each second stretching into eternity. I took another step back, my breath ragged in my throat, but the figure didn't stop. It kept coming, its hand still outstretched, as though it were about to touch me, to claim me. The darkness within it seemed to pull the very light from the air, until the fog was thick and suffocating again, and I couldn't see anything beyond the reach of its hand. And then, just as it was almost upon me, the ground shifted. The earth beneath my feet gave way with a violent crack, and I stumbled, barely managing to catch myself before I fell into the void that had opened beneath me. The figure's outstretched hand reached for me, its fingers a mere inch from my skin, but I was already falling, down, down into the darkness. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the fog, the air around me thickening and pulling me deeper into the abyss. My body tumbled, twisting in the air, and I had no sense of where I was, no sense of up or down. The fall seemed to last forever. The world flipped upside down and dissolved around me. Darkness swallowed everything. Fog, path, creature, even the faint glimmer of the distant light. I was falling, falling endlessly, my body twisting and twisting as if the very laws of gravity had been rewritten by the swamp. The air felt thick, heavy, like it had weight, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. And yet, I could feel it. Something beneath the darkness. Something pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the swamp. Slower now, deliberate, like a drum marking a ceremony I wasn't meant to survive. The darkness was alive. The abyss had a consciousness, and it was aware of me. It was studying me, judging me. I landed with a jolt, though there was no ground to speak of. Just a strange, yielding surface that shifted beneath me as though I had fallen into the skin of the mire itself. The shadows pressed in, writhing like serpents, curling around my ankles and wrists, tugging at me, whispering in a language I couldn't comprehend. The whispers were like the echo of the swamp's heartbeat, but distorted, broken, jagged. They were calling me, beckoning me deeper. I scrambled to stand, my hands sliding over the viscous surface beneath me. It was neither mud nor water, but something in between, alive, organic, and hungry. My fingers sank into it. The smell hit me then, a rotten, metallic tang that clung to my nostrils, mixing with the scent of decay, of wet earth, of life being slowly consumed. The swamp wasn't just around me anymore. It was inside me. And then I saw them, shapes in the darkness. Figures, humanoid in form, writhing in the blackness. Their bodies impossibly twisted. Their faces masks of silent agony. They didn't move toward me. They didn't even blink. They simply watched. Their gaze was like a weight pressing down, like the full force of the mire was staring directly at my soul. I wanted to scream, but my voice had been swallowed by the abyss. My chest heaved, but no sound emerged. The heartbeat was louder now, closer, surrounding me. And then, from the shadows, I saw it again. The figure, the thin, elongated presence that had reached for me moments before. It was still there, but now it wasn't alone. Others like it emerged, stepping silently from the blackness, moving in slow, synchronized motions, circling me. They were endless, yet impossible to count, like reflections in a broken mirror. Their limbs were too long, their heads tilted unnaturally, their mouths stretched wide in expressions that should have been impossible. "Why?" I whispered. My voice didn't echo. It seemed to die before leaving my lips. "Why are you doing this?" The darkness seemed to answer. The whispers, a chorus of voices, rose around me. I could feel the weight of the swamp in them, a presence older than life itself, speaking truths I wasn't ready to hear. Because you cannot escape yourself. Because this is your path. Because the mire remembers. I froze. The mire remembers. The words twisted through my mind, sinking like roots into my thoughts. I had thought the swamp was just a place, a living nightmare. But it wasn't. It wasn't a location. It was a sentience, an ancient memory, a force that kept every misstep, every fear, every soul it had touched. And now I was its latest mark. The figures advanced, slowly, but the ground beneath me shifted again, and I fell, not into blackness, but into light. Not bright light, but a faint, spectral glow that seemed to seep from the very walls of this strange place. I landed on solid ground this time, or something resembling solid ground. The smell of rot lessened, replaced by a cold, sterile scent, like old stone and damp wind. The heartbeat faded, leaving only a faint thrum in the back of my skull. I looked around. I was in a chamber, or a hollow, carved not by hands but by the mire itself. The walls were slick and black, pulsing slightly, as if they were breathing. There were markings etched into them, symbols that seemed familiar, though I couldn't place them. They weren't letters, not exactly, but they were language. I could feel the meaning, though the words themselves slipped through my mind like water through fingers. And then I saw it. In the center of the hollow, a pool of liquid, dark as oil, perfectly still, reflecting my own form back at me. But my reflection wasn't quite right. My eyes looked hollow, my skin pale and stretched, and there was a subtle smile on my lips, a smile I didn't have, but somehow recognized. I recoiled, stepping back, but the surface of the pool rippled, as if acknowledging my fear. And then the figure appeared again, stepping from the shadows toward me, more solid this time, its elongated fingers brushing the edge of the pool. "Do you see?" It hissed, voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Do you see who you are?" I swallowed hard. I did see. Not just what I had become in this place, not just the fear and the desperation, but the truth I had been hiding all along. The mire had forced me to look inward, and what I saw was terrifying. Not because it was wrong, but because it was me. All of it. The fear, the desire, the darkness. I was not separate from this place. I had always been part of it. And yet, for the first time, I realized something else. I could choose. Not to fight the mire, not to embrace it blindly, but to exist alongside it, to navigate its currents without being consumed. The choice was mine, even here, even now. I stared into the pool, into my own hollow eyes, and took a deep breath. The figures stopped advancing. The darkness around me pulsed, but it did not strike. It waited, as it always did, for the decision to be made. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the surface of the liquid. The pool didn't pull me in. Instead, it shivered, and I felt a strange, creeping warmth rise through my arm, through my chest, through every bone in my body. Connection, not domination, not surrender, just understanding. The whispers softened, the heartbeat slowed, the fog receded slightly at the edges of my mind, and for the first time, I felt calm, terrified, but calm. The mire had shown me my own reflection, the raw truth of myself, and I was still standing. The figure nodded, or at least I thought it did. Its form flickered, becoming less defined, less threatening, almost human. Then, without another sound, it and the others faded back into the shadows, leaving me alone with the pool and the hollow chamber. I sank to my knees, exhausted, trembling, but alive. The path forward was not clear, and the swamp's pulse was still in my chest. But for the first time, I knew I wasn't just a victim. I wasn't just prey. I could endure. I could navigate this nightmare. The pool rippled once more, and the surface shimmered, revealing another passage. A faint glimmer of light beyond the chamber. A way onward. A continuation of the path. Not safety, not escape, but survival. And that was enough. I stood, brushing mud and darkness from my clothes, and took the first careful step toward the light. The figures did not follow. The mire did not attack. I walked forward, slower than I wanted, but resolute. The swamp had not ended. The darkness had not ended. But I had taken my place in it, and I would survive. The faint light ahead flickered like a dying ember, yet it was the only thing that anchored me to some sense of direction. The chamber's shadows seemed to sigh behind me as I moved, and the pool of black liquid shimmered faintly, as if marking my departure with a final acknowledgement. I didn't look back. Couldn't. Not because of fear, but because I knew that whatever I had glimpsed in that liquid, whatever the mire had forced me to see, was only the beginning. The passage beyond the chamber was narrow, winding, and slick with moisture that clung to my boots and hands. Every step produced a muffled squelch, and I couldn't tell if the sound echoed in the corridor or if it was just the swamp playing tricks on me. The air smelled of wet stone and decay, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. My pulse had slowed from the intense confrontation in the chamber, but it was still erratic, trembling under the weight of every shadow that moved too fast, every whisper that almost touched the edges of my mind. I kept moving. I had to. It wasn't long before I noticed the first of the creatures. They weren't like the elongated figures from the chamber, at least not entirely. These were closer to the natural world, half-glimpsed animals that shouldn't exist. A frog with skin like cracked glass, eyes that reflected too many stars. A heron, wings stretched unnaturally long, its neck bending in ways that human bones shouldn't allow. Every step I took, they observed, flickering in and out of the fog like living shadows. They didn't advance. They didn't retreat. They simply watched, measuring me. And then I realized the swamp wasn't just alive, it was aware. Every creature, every shadow, every ripple of fog was part of a network of observation, a web I couldn't see but could feel pressing on my consciousness. I stopped, my chest tightened, my eyes darted to every movement, every flicker of the mist. I thought I saw the elongated figure from before, hovering above the fog like a dark lantern. But when I blinked, it was gone. Only the weight remained, the constant rhythm of the heartbeat, now slower, more deliberate, as if the mire was calculating my next move. A sudden sound shattered the fragile silence. A splash, closer than it should have been, and then a whispering chorus that sounded almost like my own voice calling back at me from the fog. I stumbled backward, the slick surface beneath me threatening to swallow me entirely. My hands found purchase on a twisted branch, its bark slick and black, and I gripped it like a lifeline. The whispering grew louder, overlapping, multiple voices, all my voice. Laughing, screaming, pleading. Stop, leave, join, run. The words collided in my head. I wanted to scream, to claw at the fog, to run until I fell into some certainty. But the mire had made one truth abundantly clear. There was no certainty here. Only perception, and perception could be manipulated. I forced myself to focus on the faint light ahead, using it as an anchor against the tidal wave of voices. Every step forward was deliberate, conscious, an assertion that I still had agency. But the swamp was patient. I could feel it shifting around me, folding the path, creating corridors and dead ends I hadn't seen a moment ago. I realized I was no longer walking in a straight line. The path was alive, twisting, reshaping itself as I moved. Then came the fog's sudden retreat, a strip of clarity that stretched across the marsh. And with it, a new horror. The ground beneath the fog was littered with the remains of those who had come before me. Skeletal hands reaching from the mud, bodies partially preserved in the swamp's embrace, faces twisted in terror or ecstasy. I couldn't tell. They were both alive and not alive, animated by the same pulse that throbbed through the mire. I swallowed hard, stepping carefully. Every instinct screamed to turn back, to flee, but I knew better. The mire would not let me go. Not without understanding, not without confrontation. Something moved in the shadows beyond the strip of clarity. A shape, more defined than the others, gliding silently over the swamp. It was humanoid, but grotesque. A head too large, eyes burning like coals beneath a thin membrane, skin stretched tight over a body that should have broken long ago. Its movements were deliberate, slow, as though it were savoring the tension it had created. I froze. My mind raced. Could I fight it? Could I run? Could I even survive? And then, in the instant I made my choice, the figure spoke. Not with words, but directly into my mind. You are not like them yet, but you will understand. The words didn't frighten me. They terrified me, because they were true. I could feel the truth of it in every nerve ending. I wasn't like the victims in the swamp. I had survived the first encounter. I had faced the pool. I had touched the core of the mire and still walked forward. But the statement implied inevitability. The mire had a plan, and my survival didn't change it, it merely delayed it. I continued forward, stepping cautiously past the remains, past the twisted, unnatural creatures that watched me with hollow eyes. Each step was measured, deliberate, a dance with death itself. The strip of clarity ended, and the fog returned, thick and suffocating, erasing the world ahead as though it had never existed. The elongated figure from the chamber reappeared, faint and flickering, like smoke in the corner of my vision. This time I didn't flinch. I met its gaze, if it had eyes, and whispered, "I will not be consumed." The swamp paused if it could pause. The heartbeat slowed, and the whispers fell silent. For a heartbeat I felt powerful, not in a physical sense, but in the way a flame holds the darkness at bay. I could exist here, navigate this nightmare, but I knew it would require more than courage. It would require cunning, understanding, and a willingness to face truths I hadn't yet seen. A sharp movement in the fog made me pivot. A hand, clawed and elongated, reached out from the mist. Not toward me, but to the side, beckoning. Tentatively, I approached. As I drew near, the fog thinned just enough to reveal a small alcove, cradled by twisted roots and mud. Inside lay a journal, wet and heavy, pages coated in the swamp's sheen but intact. Picked it up, fingers trembling. The cover was unmarked, save for a single symbol etched into the leather. A spiral, infinite and curling inward, like the heartbeat of the mire itself. I opened it, scanning the pages. They were written in a hand that shifted between styles, sometimes elegant, sometimes scrawled and frantic, but the words were clear. The swamp is alive. It remembers, punishes, teaches. We are not visitors. We are lessons. The mire shows all who enter their reflection. Only by understanding can one survive. A chill ran down my spine. I wasn't the first to leave notes here. Others had come just as I had and left fragments behind. They were warnings, or perhaps tests. I closed the journal, feeling the weight of it like a talisman. The path forward was unclear, but at least now I had a guide, however cryptic, however incomplete. Survival here would not be brute force. It would be observation, understanding, and respect for a consciousness older than memory itself. The elongated figure drifted closer, silent, observing me. I didn't flinch. I didn't step back. I held the journal tightly and whispered, "I will understand." The figure paused, then tilted its head, and the fog shifted once more, revealing a new passage, narrower, darker, yet unmistakably leading onward. A corridor that promised danger but also knowledge. I stepped forward. The fog thickened as I moved down the narrow corridor, each step sounding louder in my ears as if the swamp itself were amplifying my every movement, waiting for the right moment to strike. The air became colder, the oppressive weight of the mire hanging over me like a predator's shadow. I gripped the journal tighter, its pages damp under my fingers, the spiral symbol on the cover now seeming less like a design and more like a warning. An eternal loop, spiraling inward until nothing remained but oblivion. The creatures that had watched me earlier were gone, but their presence lingered, their eyes still tracking my every move, invisible but no less real. I felt their gaze like a pressure in my skull, the slow drip of panic building as the fog became thicker, more suffocating. I should have been running. I should have been searching for an escape. But I couldn't. Not anymore. The path ahead curved, and I followed it instinctively, trusting the mire's guidance. It had led me this far after all. Every whisper, every beckoning shadow had pushed me forward, forcing me to confront truths I wasn't ready for. But the deeper I went, the more I began to understand that the swamp wasn't just some external force. It wasn't some malevolent entity lurking beneath the surface, waiting to consume me. It was me. Every step, every turn, felt like I was moving deeper into myself. The fog, the silence, the creatures, they weren't just part of the swamp. They were parts of my mind, reflections of things I had buried or ignored. It was as if the mire was peeling away the layers of my consciousness, exposing everything I had hidden from myself. I came to another fork in the path, and I paused, breath shallow. My heart thrummed louder now, the same rhythm as the mire's heartbeat, as though the two were one. To the left, the path was darker, suffocated by a thick tangle of roots and vines. To the right, there was a soft glow, a flickering, almost reassuring light that seemed to call me. But I didn't move. Something inside me recoiled at the idea of going toward the light. I knew better. There was no safety here. There was no escape. The light was a lie. I took a step toward the left, where the darkness seemed more honest, more tangible. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath my feet shifted, as though the swamp was reacting to my choice. I didn't need to look back to know that the fog was thickening, pressing in like a tide. As I ventured deeper into the darkness, the ground turned uneven, soft with a sickly, rotting stench. My boots sank with each step, the sucking noise rising in the stillness, almost rhythmic. I reached out instinctively to grab hold of a nearby tree, its bark slick and clammy, and I stumbled forward, pulling myself upright. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another shadow, but no. The shape was too solid, too distinct to be an illusion. It was a figure not humanoid, but something else entirely. Its body was a twisted, grotesque amalgamation of organic and unnatural. Long, undulating tendrils that seemed to pulse with a sickly, greenish light. Its head, a mass of shifting, bulbous growths, was surrounded by an aura of rot, and its eyes, or what I could only guess were eyes, were hidden beneath a blanket of writhing vines. It moved slowly, but with a deliberate grace, the tendrils stretching and recoiling with every step it took. I froze, my heart pounding in my throat, but I couldn't look away. I couldn't move. It was like the creature was drawing me in, not physically, but mentally. I could feel it pushing into my mind, clawing at the edges of my thoughts, pulling something out of me, something I didn't want to see. "Do you remember?" the creature whispered, though its mouth didn't move. The voice was a part of the mire itself, slow, deep, and suffocating. "You remember this place. You remember this fear." The words hit me like a blow to the chest, and suddenly I was there, back in the place I had tried so hard to forget. The memories, buried beneath layers of time and distance, rushed back with the force of a tidal wave. I was a child again, standing in the dark, hearing my mother's voice calling me from a distance. But there was something wrong. The voice was distorted, twisted by pain, by something I couldn't name, and the ground beneath my feet was shifting, breaking apart, swallowing everything in its path. I was in the mire. The fog was thick, and I couldn't see. I was lost. "You've always been lost," the creature continued, its tendrils swirling around me like the fog itself, wrapping tighter and tighter with each word. "This is where you belong. This is where you will remain." I gasped, the air thick with the mire's pulse, and then I understood. It wasn't just a nightmare. It wasn't just a trick of the swamp. The mire had been inside me all along. It had always been a part of me. My memories, my fear, my darkness. I had run from it, buried it deep, but now it was here, reminding me that there was no running. There was no hiding. I wasn't just lost in the mire. I was the mire. The realization hit me with a force that nearly knocked me to my knees. My body felt heavy, as though the swamp's weight was pressing down on me, sinking me into its depths. The memories kept flooding back. Memories of childhood, of a long-forgotten tragedy, of a family I had abandoned, of a death I had never truly accepted. It wasn't just the swamp's hunger. It was mine. "Do you want to remember?" the creature asked, its voice softer now, almost soothing. "Do you want to remember everything?" I couldn't answer. The words caught in my throat. My body trembled with the weight of all the things I had repressed, all the things the swamp had forced me to confront. But even in that moment of overwhelming terror, I knew one thing. The swamp wasn't just a place. It wasn't just a force of nature. It was a mirror, a reflection of everything I had ever been. And if I could face that, if I could see myself for what I truly was, I might find a way to break free. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, past the creature, ignoring the swirling tendrils that reached out to claim me. The creature didn't stop me. It simply watched, its eyes hidden beneath the layers of vines. It didn't need to speak anymore. It knew. The mire knew. And as I walked deeper into the darkness, the whispers faded, the heartbeat slowed. I felt a strange sense of peace. I had taken the first step, not away from the mire, but into it, into myself. The path ahead was still uncertain, but I had made my choice. I would survive this, not by running, not by fighting, but by embracing what the mire had shown me. I had to know the truth. I felt the swamp closing in around me, like an animal wrapping its jaws tighter around prey. The fog churned, a thick cloud of wet breath brushing against my skin, the cold biting deeper with every passing moment. My steps were slow, hesitant. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stop, to turn back, to flee, but I couldn't. I had come too far, seen too much. Now, it wasn't just about surviving the mire. It was about facing the things I had buried deep within myself. And there was no turning back from that. The path ahead was darker, more twisted than I had ever encountered before. It slithered like a snake, curving and winding in ways that defied logic. The trees around me were warped, their branches gnarled and twisted like fingers reaching out to grab me. Their trunks seemed to pulse, as though they were alive, breathing in sync with the rhythm of the mire's heartbeat. It was as if the swamp itself had taken on a more intimate form, drawing me into its very core. The creature, the one with the tendrils and the writhing mass of growths for a head, followed me at a distance. It didn't need to speak anymore. It didn't need to chase. His presence was enough. I could feel it there, just beyond the edges of my perception, watching, waiting, and in a twisted way I welcomed it. I needed it to be there. The mire had made me confront my fears, my guilt, my past. And somehow, I knew that creature was a part of that process. It was a guide, or a mirror, but it was only the beginning. I could feel it. The fog thickened again, coiling tighter around me, and then, in the oppressive silence, I heard it, a whisper. No, not a whisper, a murmur, a voice deep and old, curling through the fog like the distant hum of a forgotten chant. It was my name, but not spoken as any human voice could utter it. It was ancient, guttural, and hungry. You have walked far, and yet you have not understood. I froze. The voice wasn't coming from the creature. It wasn't even coming from any of the shadows or figures in the fog. It came from the ground beneath my feet. The earth trembled lightly, as though the swamp was waking, stretching, and groaning as if it had been asleep for eons. And then, the ground in front of me cracked open with a sharp, echoing sound. I jumped back instinctively, but my legs were already stuck in the thick, sinking mire, the black liquid clinging to me like tar. From the split earth emerged something else, something I had only seen in fleeting glimpses in the deepest recesses of my mind. A figure more twisted than any creature I had encountered before. Its body was elongated and skeletal, ribs exposed like jagged bones wrapped in wet leather, its arms too long, ending in claws that scraped the ground with every movement. Its face was a void, no features, just an endless blackness that threatened to swallow the light around it. And then, it spoke again, but this time, the voice was no longer a whisper. It was a flood, a torrent of thoughts, emotions, memories, all crashing into my mind at once. Do you see? This is who you were. This is who you are. I stumbled back, my breath shallow, heart pounding in my chest. The creature's form shifted, its limbs twisting and stretching, and I felt something inside me stir. A terrible, undeniable recognition. This wasn't just a creature of the swamp. It was me, a version of me, twisted and warped by all the things I had hidden, by all the guilt I had tried to bury, by every wrong I had ever committed. I wanted to scream, to turn and run, but I couldn't. The mire was pulling me deeper into itself, pulling me into myself. It's not about escape, the creature continued, its voice now a chorus of my own thoughts, my own regrets. You cannot outrun what you are. This is your home now. This is where you will stay. A wave of nausea rolled through me. I wanted to shut it out, to block the voice from my mind. But the words didn't stop. They kept coming, relentless, pulling at the edges of my sanity. You left them, it whispered. You left them all. Your family, your home, your own blood. And now you have nowhere left to go. I staggered back, almost losing my footing in the muck. The ground seemed to move beneath me, the mire shifting and pulling at my body. It was as if the swamp was claiming me, pulling me under, drowning me in its endless, suffocating depths. My legs were heavy, my arms weak, as if the swamp itself were leaching the strength from my bones. The creature was getting closer now, its form growing more defined, more real, as though it was stepping out of my mind and into the world around me. It reached for me, its claws scraping the air, and I felt the sting of its touch, not on my skin, but on my soul. The cold, sharp tendrils of the swamp wrapped around me, pulling me in, wrapping themselves around my limbs, my chest. The fear gripped me tighter than ever before. This was the moment. I knew it. This was when the mire would claim me for good. But then something shifted. Something inside me, a spark, a defiance, flared up. I had come too far. I had faced too much. Couldn't let it end here, not like this. The fog around me thickened, and the creature's form seemed to ripple, like a reflection in water disturbed by a stone. It staggered, as though it too had been struck by the force of something deeper, something more primal. "No," I whispered, the words thin but steady. "I'm not you. I'm not what you think I am." For a heartbeat, the creature faltered. It recoiled, the tendrils curling back as though it had been burned. The ground beneath me trembled again, but this time it wasn't in response to the creature. It was me. The mire had felt it. The change in me, the shift in my perception. And then I understood. The mire was not just a place. It was a force, a reflection of every thought, every fear, every hidden part of myself. I had been fighting it for so long, but the truth was, I had never understood it. I had never understood that it wasn't something to fight. It was something to face, to embrace. The creature stopped, its dark, empty eyes focusing on me. It no longer felt like a threat, felt like a part of me, like a shadow that had always been there, waiting for me to acknowledge it. "You cannot escape," the creature said, its voice softer now, almost tender. "But you can understand." I nodded slowly, the weight in my chest lifting just slightly, though I still felt the pull of the mire, the weight of the swamp wrapping around me. But now it wasn't a suffocating thing. It wasn't something to fear. It was a part of me, and I could not escape it, nor should I. I stepped forward, the muck beneath my boots squelching. And as I did, the creature slowly sank back into the ground, its form dissolving like smoke in the thickening fog. The air seemed to change, and the mire's rhythm slowed, as though it was watching me, waiting for me to take the next step. This was my new reality. I wasn't escaping the mire anymore. I was becoming a part of it. And in some strange, twisted way, that was the only way I could survive. I could feel the mire pulsing beneath my feet, an unseen heartbeat that matched my own, as though the swamp and I had become one. It was an odd sensation, comforting, almost, but with an undercurrent of dread that I couldn't ignore. The air, thick with fog, clung to my skin like a second layer. The oppressive weight of it all seemed to settle deeper into my bones. But this time, I didn't fight it. This time, I welcomed it. I moved forward with purpose now, no longer stumbling blindly, no longer fighting against the invisible forces that sought to claim me. The mire wasn't something to conquer. It wasn't something to escape. It was a part of me, and perhaps just as importantly, I was a part of it. The ground around me had shifted again. The path had narrowed, and now, I was walking through a narrow passageway formed by towering trees, their trunks twisted and knotted together, their branches entangling above like fingers grasping at the sky. The fog here was thicker, darker. I could barely see more than a few feet in front of me, and yet I didn't feel lost. The mire was guiding me now, like a steady current, pulling me in the right direction. A low hum vibrated through the air, not the same as the pulse I had felt before, but something new, something deeper. The sound was coming from ahead, from the heart of the swamp, and I knew without a doubt that I was getting closer to the center of it all. The creatures that had followed me, the ones I had glimpsed in the shadows, had grown quieter. I could feel their presence, their eyes on me, but they no longer filled me with terror. They were no longer hunting me. They were waiting just like I had been, waiting for me to understand, waiting for me to accept the truth of the mire. "You are not separate from this place," the voice whispered, once again filling my mind, but this time, it wasn't the creature with the tendrils. This voice was deeper, older, a voice that spoke not just to my mind, but to my soul. "You are not an outsider here. You belong, just as the mire has always belonged to you." I stumbled slightly, but I didn't fall. The voice was not one I could ignore, nor one I wanted to. It was calling me home, urging me toward the truth. Ahead, through the fog, I saw it, a clearing. At first, it was a flicker, a shadow in the mist, but as I drew closer, I realized it was real. A place in the mire untouched by the ever-present fog, bathed in a pale, sickly light. There were no trees here, no vines, no roots. Just a vast, open space, the ground perfectly still. In the center of the clearing stood a stone structure, ancient and worn, its surface slick with moisture. It was a relic, though of what I couldn't say. The symbols etched into the stone were familiar, but they were unlike anything I had ever seen. They seemed to shift as I looked at them, twisting and curling like snakes, crawling up the stone, alive in their own way. I approached it cautiously, my heart in my throat. There was something powerful here, something older than the mire itself. And as I neared the stone, I understood. It was a marker, a gateway, not just to the swamp, but to myself. It was the heart of the mire, the place where everything converged. The past, the present, the memories I had locked away, and the darkness that had always lived within me. The fog, the creatures, the endless cycle of fear and regret. It all began here, and here it would end. The moment I touched the stone, a wave of energy surged through me. It was unlike anything I had ever felt. The air crackled with static, the ground beneath me vibrating with power. The symbols on the stone glowed, shifting like liquid light, and in the center, a deep well of darkness opened. From the depths of the well, a figure emerged. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, a silhouette against the swirling light, but as it grew closer, I saw it clearly. A figure draped in black, with long, flowing robes that seemed to shimmer and ripple with every movement. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, its features obscured by darkness, but the presence it exuded was palpable. It was something ancient, something more than human, something that had been here before the swamp, before the land itself had taken form. "You have come," the figure spoke, its voice both distant and immediate, as if it were echoing from every corner of the mire. "You have finally come to understand." I stood motionless, caught in the figure's gaze, or perhaps the figure's gaze was caught in mine. I didn't know anymore. It was as if we had always been connected, like I had always been walking toward this moment, this meeting. "The mire has been waiting for you. It has been you all along. All that you are, all that you were, it is reflected in this place." I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. The weight of the words pressed into me like a physical force, bending me under its weight. "You have sought to escape, but you cannot. You are part of the cycle. You are the cycle." The figure stepped closer, its robes rustling like leaves in a storm. Its presence was both terrifying and oddly comforting, like the embrace of something ancient and all-knowing. The air around me seemed to freeze, but in the stillness, I felt everything. Every part of me, every shadow, every forgotten memory, every piece of my soul that had been lost, scattered across the mire. "This is the truth," the figure continued, and I could feel its words working their way into my mind, like they were being planted directly into my thoughts. "This is the place where everything ends and begins, where the darkness you feared becomes the light that guides you. You were never meant to leave. You were always meant to return." The figure reached out, its hand hovering just in front of my face. The air around it shimmered, like heat rising from the ground. I could feel the mire, no, the swamp, vibrating in my chest now. His pulse was mine, his breath my own. "This is the moment," the figure said. "The moment when you remember who you are." And then, as its hand touched my forehead, the world shattered. The world collapsed. At first, it was only a crack, a fracture in the very fabric of reality. The air shifted, bending and warping like a mirage. The ground beneath me turned to liquid, and I could feel myself sinking, slowly, deeper into the earth. The sky above me disappeared entirely, consumed by the endless stretch of fog that swirled and writhed like a living thing. I could hear the swamp breathing, its pulse rising and falling, in time with my own heartbeat. The rhythm was no longer mine to control. The figure before me, cloaked in shadows, began to dissolve, its form fading into the fog like smoke. But the voice, The voice was everywhere, surrounding me, filling the emptiness. You are nothing but a reflection, a shadow in this place. You have always been a part of it. You are the darkness that feeds the light. I tried to speak, to force a response out of the crushing silence, but my mouth didn't move. My body no longer obeyed. The weight of the mire pressed down on me, 1,000 eyes watching from the deep, their gaze heavy and suffocating. The ground beneath me turned soft, sinking with each passing second. My feet were no longer solid on the earth, but floating, drifting in the thickening mire. The very air seemed to pull at my skin, dragging me down, deeper into the muck. There is no escape, the voice said again, and this time, I could feel it in my chest, in my heart. You are the mire. You were born from it. You are its children. And now you will become it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight. But my limbs were frozen. I couldn't move. My body felt like it was breaking apart, disintegrating into the black fog that swirled around me. You have seen the creatures, the whispers in the dark. They are you? The voice said, the words curling into my mind like tendrils, reaching into the deepest corners of my soul. They are your fears, your regrets, your darkest desires. All of them live here. All of them are you. The fog pressed in tighter, so thick I could barely breathe. But somehow, through the haze, I saw it, the creature, the one with the tendrils, the one that had always been with me, lurking just beyond my sight. But now it was different. It wasn't just a monster anymore. It was me. It was everything I had been hiding, everything I had tried to forget. Its massive body twisted and writhed, its dark tendrils reaching out to me, curling around my limbs like iron chains, pulled me closer, and I couldn't stop it. The pull was irresistible, a gravity that I could not escape. My vision blurred, the edges of my mind fraying as the creature's form engulfed me. Embrace it, the voice whispered. Embrace what you are. The creature's form began to shift, growing, expanding until it was no longer just the thing I had feared. It was everything. The swamp, the darkness, the twisted, rotting growths that had always been buried inside me. Its eyes, hidden beneath layers of vines and moss, gazed into mine, and in that moment, I knew. It was me, and I was it. We were one. There is no separation, the voice said, softer now, almost tender. You are not an individual. You are the swamp. You are the fog. You are the creatures that lurk in the dark. I closed my eyes, and the weight of it, the truth, the terrible, suffocating truth, washed over me. My mind cracked open, and I could feel everything that I had ever hidden from myself. The guilt, the fear, the memories of lost years and broken promises. The lies I had told, the people I had abandoned. All of it, rising up from the depths of my consciousness like a flood. I remembered my family, my home, the love I had once known, the warmth that had slipped through my fingers like water. And then the bitterness, the rage that had followed. The anger at myself for the things I had done, for the ways I had hurt myself. It all came rushing back in a wave of pain. But it wasn't just my pain. It was the pain of everyone who had ever walked this swamp, everyone who had been lost to the mire. Their voices whispered in my mind, joining the chorus of memories, of regrets, of desires. The creatures I had seen, their eyes, their forms were all the same. They were all reflections of me, of all of us. You are the mire, the voice repeated, now softer, more intimate. You are its heart, the soul, its reflection, and in return it is yours. You have always been one with it. And then I understood. The mire wasn't just a place. It wasn't just a swamp or a collection of monsters lurking in the dark. It was a mirror, a reflection of every soul that had ever stepped into it. A place that absorbed everything: fear, regret, desire, love, hatred, darkness. It took everything we couldn't face and made it real. It became us. It was us. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. The mire wasn't just a reflection of my darkness. It was the darkness of the world. A place where all the things we refused to confront found a home. Where everything that had been buried, every lost soul, every broken heart, came to rest. It was a place of transformation, of merging. It wasn't a prison. It was a sanctuary for the lost, a place of rebirth. I was the mire, and it was me. As the creature's tendrils coiled around me, pulling me deeper into the fog, I felt myself change. My form began to blur, to distort, to lose its boundaries. I could feel the earth, the roots, the water beneath my feet melding with my body. I became the swamp, the fog, the twisted trees and shifting shadows. I could see the creatures now, not as monsters, but as pieces of me. Every one of them a fragment of my soul, every one of them part of the whole. I was no longer an outsider. I was no longer lost. I had become the mire, and in return, the mire had become me. And as the fog closed in around me, I realized I was no longer afraid. I had found my home.